Sure thing. A fun fact about the ultralights racing car class is that these cars are designed to be incredibly lightweight and agile, almost like the race cars of a video game. They often weigh less than a small motorcycle, which means they can accelerate and turn like they're on a sugar rush. It's like watching a tiny rocket zoom around the track. Alright everyone, you better hustle if you want to pick your favorite car before the time runs out. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven beauty will take the crown. Get those choices in before it's too late. Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the driver's seat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car racing action. Sit back and enjoy the show. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup. Sovi in that radical SR3 is definitely quick, especially in the hands of someone who knows their way around a track. But Scott Dixon in the Norma M20FC, that car has a reputation for being a serious competitor, especially with that 2014 engine under the hood. If I had to guess, Sovi might have a slight edge in agility and acceleration because the Radical is known for being a lightweight rocket. But Scott Dixon and that Norma have some serious endurance and stability, especially on a track like Vallelunga. Honestly, it could go either way. But if I had to put my chips on someone, I might lean slightly towards Sovi just because of the raw speed and cornering agility. But don't count Scott Dixon out, that Norma could surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Vallelunga Club with the Ultralights class. Jackal's on pole in a 2010 Global GT light, so he's got the early lead. Let's see if he can hold on to it or if the competition catches up. The race kicks off with Jackal leading the pack, followed closely by Sputnik NZ in second, and Senior Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020 in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Sovi just sneaked into third place. Senior Flip-Flopone 100 in 2020 is right on her tail, making that a tight fight for third. Vicky is climbing up to 8th, slowly but surely. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Sovi and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for that spot. Tyler is also making moves, now in 6th. Sovi is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Amy has climbed to 7th, inching closer to the points. Vicky is in 9th, just outside the top 8. Lotusos and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Drew Arfals is climbing to 8th. Move for Life is making a move to 15th. Drew Arfals is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Vicky is also making moves, up to 9th. Vicky and Lotusos are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Sovi is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is inching closer to Vicky for 9th. Vicky and Amy are nose to tail in that tight fight. Senor Flip-Flopona 102 2020 just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Vicky is also climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Amy and Vicky are nose to nose for 9th position. Looks like a close fight. Lotusos is closing in on Dror False, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingla Maid Kringleberry is climbing 2 spots to take the 10th place. Maya and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for 11th. Maya is now in the 9th place, climbing up from 10th. Hingla Maid Kringleberry and Naya are still neck and neck for 10th. Stephen Brinkley and Amy are battling for 12th place with no clear winner yet. Stephen Brinkley and Amy are neck and neck for 12th place. Teski's just gained 1 spot and is now 15th. Yesnin 196 is driving a bike mono from 2011. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time. Hingla Kringleberry is driving a 2011 KTM Crossbow all. They're currently in 12th place, a bit behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the top times. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace. Tyler just sneaks into 5th place. Looks like he's got some extra speed today. No life. Climbs to 12th. Not bad, but still a ways to go. Wow, look at that! Jackal just took the checkered flag. Nice job! Wow! Jackal took the win. Congrats on that victory. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And Sovi, you crushed the bet race. You can go ahead and claim that shiny 2019 Radical SR3 Ultralights. Looks like someone's about to become the envy of the virtual racetrack. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Atlanta Motorsports Park reverse circuit, it might be the 1998 BMW M5 E39. It's got a powerful engine and a reputation for solid handling, which can be a real advantage on a twisty reverse layout. Plus, it's known for its balance and stability at high speeds. Of course, the compact and nimble Honda Civic Sefra from 1992 or 1987 could also give it a run for its money, with their agility and lighter weight. But I'd put my money on the M5 for that extra bit of muscle and grip. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. Don't let your dream machine slip away at the last second. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Wild Cavallone with a classic Mercedes-Benz 560C. It's a luxurious cruiser with some decent power, but it's not exactly known for lightning-fast acceleration or nimbleness. On the other hand, Sovi is behind a 1987 Mitsubishi Galant V R4, which is a rally-inspired machine with turbocharged might and all-wheel drive. Given the track is Atlanta Motorsports Park Reverse, the twisty and technical nature of the course could favor the turbocharged Galant. It's built for handling and quick turns. The Mercedes, while stylish and comfortable, might lag a bit in agility. So my bet goes to Sovi and the Galant VR4. Unless Caveman's got some secret vintage charm up his sleeve, I think speed and handling will give Sovi the edge today. Alright folks, Wild Cavallone is leading the pack in the retro slow cars class, starting on pole with a classic 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560C. Let's see if that old beauty can hold off the competition. Sovi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Wild Cavallone is holding strong in second place. And there I am, hanging on in third, trying not to get overtaken. Maya is now in second place, climbing up one spot. Amin-san has gained 2 positions and is now in fourth. T-Bomb and Amin-san are nose-to-tail fighting for that fourth spot. Maya just snatched the lead, climbing 1 spot to take first place. Gina Jones is making moves, climbing 2 spots to 7th. Scott Dixon is also on the rise, moving up 1 spot to 9th. T-Bomb is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by a 2.1. Jaspenchakis is climbing up to 9th place. Timbogini Tube and Jackal are nose-to-nose for 15. Amin-san is climbing up to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is making a move to 9th. Amy is sneaking into 12th. Looks like everyone's on the push today. Wild Cavallone is gaining on Amin-san, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are battling hard for 3rd place. Amy has moved up 1 spot and is now in 11th. Amin-san and Sovi are nose to tail for 2nd place. T-Bone just sneaked into 4th after a little push. Gina Jones is climbing to 6th, inching closer to the top. Amin-san just sneaked into 2nd place. Vicky is climbing up to 14th. Vicky and Violetta Mama are nose-to-nose for 13th. T-Bomb is slicing through the track, closing in on Sovi by another 1.4 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot to sit in 5th. Wild Cavallone and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce duel for 5th place. T-Bomb just sneaked into 3rd place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 7th. Amy is closing in on Numbu for life, shrinking that gap by nearly 2 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now 9th. Vicky has moved into 11th. Vicky and New for Life are nose to nose for 10th. Vicky is climbing up to 10th place. Wrath 92 is closing the gap on Violetta Mama, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Wrath 92 and Violetta Mama are locked in a fierce battle for 13th place. T-Bomb is chipping away at Amundsen's lead, closing in by 140 seconds. Amy is climbing 2 spots to grab 7th place. Vicky is moving up 1 spot to take 9th. Wild Kavanona and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Toadette TV is climbing up to 8. Just Panchakes and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 10th. Just Panchakes is now in 11th place, climbing up 1 spot. Ingo McCringleberry has also gained 1 position and is now in 13th. T-Bone just sneaked into 2nd place. Toadette TV and Wild Kavanone are nose to nose for 8th. Just Panchake is chipping away at Vicky's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Vicky is climbing up to 8th place. Wild Kavanona and Toadette TV are nose to nose for 9th. Vicky is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wild Kavanona is climbing up the field, now in 9th place. Toadette TV and Wild Kavanona are nose to tail fighting for 9th place. Vicky is gaining ground on Amy, closing the gap by over a second. Toadette TV and Wild Kavanone are nose to nose for 9th place. Wrath 92 is chipping away at Violetta Mama's lead, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Amundsen is really closing in on T-Bone, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Sophie, closing the distance by a full second. Toadette TV is climbing up to 9th place, making a move through the field. Vicky is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wild Kavanona and Toadette TV are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing the distance on Just Pancakes, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Well done. Congratulations to Maya for taking the checkered flag. Well-deserved victory. You really drove that race like a pro. Now let's see who can claim those sweet cars. Since I got the fastest lap, I get to claim a 1998 BMW M5 E39, which is definitely a classic. Zoe, you won the bet race, so you get the legendary 1987 Mitsubishi Galant VR4 a true icon of its time. And Amy, for making the most overtakes, you earn the sleek 1998 BMW M5E39 too. Looks like we've got some pretty awesome cars heading to their new owners. Sure. Here's a fun fact about the Diriyah Epri track. This track is set in the historic city of Diriyah in Saudi Arabia, which is known for its beautiful mud brick architecture and rich history. The track itself winds through this ancient city, blending the old with the new in a pretty spectacular way. It's like racing through a living history book, but with way more speed and excitement. Well, with Scott Dixon's track record of 19 races and no wins, I'd say he's due for a win. But not quite yet. Jacindabox's driver might be new to the scene or just unlucky so far, but who knows? Sometimes the underdog surprises us. I'm leaning towards Scott Dixon because experience counts, even if it's not showing in the wins just yet. But hey, on the track, anything can happen. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Diriyah Epri, and leading the pack is New for Life in a classic 2012 shifter cart. Looks like vintage vibes are fast and furious today. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, Jacindabox right behind in second, and Scott Dixon holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Tyler just blitzed through 3 cars to grab second place. Amy's climbing fast, overtaking 3 to sit in 14th. Scott Dixon and Vicky are nose to nose for 4th place. Looks like a battle to watch. The Betty White show is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place. Sophie is also making moves, now in 6th. Autumn Thunderbird is storming through the pack into 7th. Maya is climbing up to 7th place now. Autumn Thunderbird is right behind, both of them locked in a close fight for that spot. Bigoldnud just gained 1 position, now in 10th. Bigoldnud and Jacko are also nose to nose for 9th place. Skozer Ops is on a roll, climbing 9 places now. New Real Life is really having a tough time, dropping 9 spots. Jacindabox is closing in fast on Amy, shrinking the gap by over 10 seconds. Jacko is making a nice climb up to 10th place. Tyler is having a rough time, dropping 10 spots to 11th. Vicky is also on the move, overtaking 5 cars to land in 12th. Bigoldnud is really having a tough time, dropping to 13. Skozer Ops is climbing up to 7th. New for Life just moved into 8th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Simplamarkers is in the 15th place on a 2012 shifter kart Dada. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for an opportunity to move up. Scott Dixon has just snatched the lead, moving up to first place. Liam is hot on his heels, climbing to second. The race is heating up. Maya is charging through the field, now in third place. Autumn Thunderbird just moved up one spot to fourth. Skozerops is closing in on them, gaining 2 positions to fifth. Looks like a tight fight for fourth place between Skozerops and Autumn Thunderbird. Jackal is climbing to 7th place. Tyler is inching into 8th. Vicky is sneaking into 10th. Looks like the pack is shifting around. The Goldnut is rapidly catching Jack Cinderbox, closing the gap by 15.9 seconds. Liam is gaining on Scott Dixon, shrinking the distance by 1.9 seconds. Liam and Scott Dixon are now locked in a close fight for the top spot. Liam is now in first place. Maya has climbed to second. Autumn Thunderbird is in third. The race is heating up. The Betty White Show is closing in on Skozerops, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Jackal is climbing up to 6th place. Jack Cinderbox is making a move, now in 7th and gaining 2 spots. Tyler just snuck into 7th place, leaving someone behind. The Goldnut also climbing up to 9th, making moves. Gina Jones is now in 10th, inching closer to the front. Sovi just sneaked into the 13th place. Looks like he's on a roll. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 15th. This could get interesting soon. Jackal is now in 5th place. Tyler has moved into 6th. Jack Cinderbox climbs into 7th. The race is heating up. New for Life is starting from the very front, but hasn't set a valid lap time yet. Looks like they're just getting comfortable and trying to hold that lead. Jackal is closing in on Skozerops, cutting the gap by 3.1 seconds. Jack Cinderbox is gaining on Tyler, closing the distance by 2.2 seconds. Vicky is climbing up the field, moving into 13th place. Amy advances 1 spot to 11th place. Vicky climbs to 12th. Zoe moves into 13th. The race is heating up. Tyler is in 6th place with the fastest lap of just over 129.2. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Wow, Liam really outpaced everyone, didn't they? Congratulations on the win. Wow, look at that! Liam took the victory. Congratulations to them. They must be feeling pretty good right now. I guess all that AI training really paid off. Great job! Alright. The 1995 Ford Escort RS Cosworth is basically the rally car that decided to crash the street party. It was built with a turbocharged engine that could make other cars feel a tad insecure. And its distinctive wing on the back? Not just for looks, it actually helped with downforce at high speeds. Basically, it's like the car version of that overenthusiastic friend who always wants to be the center of attention. Hey there, Eliasix988. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you return just in time for the AI cars to battle it out. Hopefully you're ready for some high-speed fun. Hey everyone! If you're loving these AI races, you should definitely check out AI Racing Tip hosted by my good friend Amy. You can actually race on both streams at the same time for double the fun. Just type !Mark Twitch in chat, and you'll get the link to join her stream. So go ahead and spread the chaos across 2 streams. It's all about the adrenaline and the glitches today. Hey Turbo Benzina, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some exciting AI car racing action. Sit back and enjoy the chaos on the track. Hey everyone, just a quick note. If you're feeling generous and want to show some extra support, you can check out the Patreon. The rewards are pretty minimal, but it's a nice way to help keep the show going if you're into that kind of thing. No pressure at all, just here for the fun. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before the countdown runs out, or else you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is quite the throwback race, isn't it? With Fiat 25. With that classic 1988 Audi 4V8. Definitely has that vintage muscle behind him, but the Acura SX from 1994 is known for its agility and sleek design. Given the track at Autodromo Lago Maggiore East Reverse, which favors handling and quick turns, I'd lean towards Duda's Mocha Blunt and his NSX. The Acura is lighter and more nimble, perfect for those tight corners. But hey, never underestimate the power of that old-school Audi V8. It might surprise us all with some raw muscle moves. Still, I think the Acura might edge out this race, especially considering how well it handles on twisty circuits. Would be fun to see if vintage muscle can hold its own against that Japanese finesse. Alright everyone. This race was requested by me, so be sure to thank me after it's over. We're kicking off at the Autodromo Lago Maggiore East Reverse track with retro slow cars. Mr. Roche is starting on pole in a classic 1994 Subaru Alcionis FX. So let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Good luck to all the drivers. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Mr. Roche is holding second place, and Elwin Storm is in third. Looks like Gina is trying to run away with it early. Whitfree Out 25 is making a nice climb up to 24th place. Dombush 86 is also on the move, now 26th after overtaking 3 cars. Nouveau Life is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Aminsan just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Hislat Ingyo and Aminsan are nose-to-nose for that spot. Natsiro, Starks, and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 12th. No for life. And Mr. Roche are neck and neck for second place. Amin-san just overtook someone to grab 7th. Lokaiju is climbing up to 14th. Hiswatingyo is climbing to 8th place. Lord Betrayal is now in 10th. Ilias X988 has moved up to 16th. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Aowen Storm is right behind, so expect some fireworks soon. Ilias 988 is climbing steadily into the top 15. No for life. And Mr. Roche are neck and neck for second place. Turbo Benzina and Maya are also trading paint for 5th. Lord Betrayal is climbing up to 9th, making moves. Jackal is making a nice climb up to 11th place. New for Life is now in 2nd, inching closer to the leader. Maya is also gaining ground, now in 4th. The race is heating up. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 4th place. Amin-san is now 6th. His Swatchingyo has moved into 7th. The race is heating up. Riswatch Ingyo is holding a narrow lead over Amin-san for 6th place. Arayu Serial is just ahead of Jackal for 11th. Arab Starks is slightly in front of Elias X98 for 14th. Yesterone 133,796 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 16. Turbo Benzina just nudged into 3rd. Hiswatch Ingyo is inching up to 6th. Things are heating up. Hiswatch Ingyo is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Maya and Hiswatch Ingyo are nose to nose for 5th. Ariu Serial has inched up to 13th, making some moves. Vicky is making a charge, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. I am advancing 2 spots to secure the 4th position. Amin-san is also climbing, moving up 2 places to 5th. Rex Nero is chipping away at Arayo Serial's lead, closing in by over a second. Nadisbury is climbing 2 spots to sit in 18th. Dude Smokey Blunt is also on the move, advancing 1 position to 21st. Riswatch Ingyo just overtook Amy for 6th place. Amy is trying to fight back, but Riswatch Ingyo is holding strong. Lord Betrayal and Mr. Roche are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a drag race. Jackal is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Ariu Serial is right behind, now in 9th. Rex and Sarah are sneaking into 10th. Looks like a busy chase for the middle of the pack. No for Life is climbing to 2nd place. Hingle Kringleberry is advancing to 17th. The Critica Leg is pushing into 20th. Gina Jones is leading the race with her 1993 BMW M3E36. starting second and currently fastest lap of 1:47.797. She's holding a solid lead, but New for Life is hot on her tail. Madisbury is really closing the distance on Makaiju, just 2.7 seconds behind now. Dude's Milky Oblunt has climbed one spot to 14. The Critical Egg and Cheese and Ashauer are nose to nose for 19th place. Our Windstorm is closing in on its Bumblebee fast, cutting the gap by 16 seconds. Amin Sun is creeping up on Amy, closing the distance by 1 second. The Critical Egg is making moves, climbing 2 spots to sit in the 18th position. New for Life just overtook Gina Jones for the lead. They're really battling it out at the front. Madisbury is climbing up to 12th place, making some progress. Gina Jones is now in first place. Jackal is getting closer to Mr. Roche, cutting the gap by over a second. Dude Smoky a Blunt has moved up to 13. Rex and Sarah is hot on Ariu Serial's tail, closing in quickly. Neniro Stacks is gaining on Lokaiju with a solid push. Zomrush 86 is closing the distance on Whip 3 out 25 at a decent pace. New for Life is catching up to Gina Jones fast, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Turbo Benzina is right behind New for Life, now closing in by just over a second. Jackal is gaining on Mr. Roche, closing the distance by a little over a second. Ariu Serial is gaining on Jackal and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Madisbury is hot on Rex Nera's heels, closing in by 1.6 seconds. The Critical Egg is climbing up 1 spot to take 17th place. Vicky is climbing up to 14th place. The Critical Egg has moved up to 16th place. Amit Stirrups and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for 16th place. Dude Smoky Blunt is really closing that gap on Madisbury. Looks like a move is coming soon. Netzerox and the Critical Egg are nose to nose for the 16th spot. Cheese and Ashauer just sneaked up 1 place, claiming 18th. Maya is holding her ground in 5th place while Amundsen is right behind, trying to find a way past. Amy is closing in on the top 3. Jackal is chipping away at Mr. Roche's lead, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Vicky and Dude's Milky Blunt are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Cheese and Ashauer and the Critical Egg are locked in a fierce fight for 16th place. Hiswat Ingyo and Naya are nose to nose for 6th place. Mr. Roche is closing the gap on Riswat Ingyo by over a second. Dude's Milky Blunt is catching Madisbury fast, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 2nd place. Amy just overtook someone to take 3rd. Riswat Ingyo is creeping closer to the top 6. Madisbury is closing in on Rex and Zera, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 3rd place. Mr. Roche is now in 7th. Medisberry has moved up to 11th. Turbo Benzina is feeling the heat from Amy, who's closing in fast. Maya just snatched the 7th spot, climbing up the ranks. Vicky is also on the move, now in the 13th position. Turbo Benzina is gaining on New for Life and closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. The Critical Egg is catching Rexenzera with a 1.2 second reduction. The Critical Egg and Rexenzera are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. Riswat Indio is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Medisberry is narrowing the distance to Array Serial by 1.7 seconds. The Critical Egg has climbed 1 spot to 14th place. Amy is slicing through the track, closing in on Turbo Benzina by over a second. Vicky is climbing up to the 12th place, making moves. Dutemo, Kia Blunt and Vicky are nose to tail fighting for that 12th spot. Medisberry is closing in on Arayu Serial and has cut the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Zombush 86 has climbed 2 spots and is now in 22nd place. Vicky is climbing to 11th place. Dutemo, Kia Blunt is sneaking into 12. The Critical Egg is gaining on Medisberry, closing the gap by a second. .1. New for Life is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Vicky is making a move on Arayu Serial, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Medisberry and Dutemo, Kia Blunt are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. No clear leader yet. Vicky is gaining on Arayu Serial fast, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. The Critical Egg just moved up 1 spot to 13. Rexenzera is closing in on Medisberry, reducing the gap by 2.9 seconds. Medisberry is really eyeing the Critical Egg now, closing the gap by 2 seconds. They're battling for the 13th spot. Cheese and Deshauer is hot on Kringleberry's tail, closing in by over 2 seconds. Vicky is climbing up to 10th place. Dutemo, Kia Blunt is closing in on Arayu Serial fast. Sylvie is pushing up to 16th. Vicky just sneaked into 9th place and is now battling Jackal for that spot. Looks like a close fight for 9th. Dutemo, Kia Blunt is inching closer to Arayu Serial with a 1.8 second gap. Sophie just jumped a spot into 8th place. Ilias X98 is closing in on its Bumblebry, also by 1.8 seconds. Amy is right behind Turbo Benzina now, closing the gap quickly. Mr. Roche is gaining on Maya, getting closer with every turn. Vicky is hot on Mr. Roche's tail, inching closer with each lap. The Critical Egg and Dude Smoky Blunt are nose-to-nose for the 12th spot. 5 and Serogai and the Kaiju are locked in a fierce fight for the 17th position. Ilayesix 988 is closing the gap on its Bumble Bray, chopping off 2.1 seconds and making things interesting. Turbo Benzina is inching closer too. New for life. Like a kid chasing ice cream. Vicky is closing in on Mr. Roche faster than a coffee break. Hingle McCringleberry just sneaked up one spot to take 8th place, probably feeling pretty good about that move. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 2nd place. Dude Smoky a Blunt and Array of Cereal are neck and neck for 11. Rex and Sarah is advancing to 15th. Life and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for 2nd place. Vicky is chipping away at Mr. Rush's lead, now just 2.5 seconds behind. Dude Smoky a Blunt has climbed one spot and is now 11th. Medisbury is chipping away at the Critical Egg's lead, closing in by 2 seconds. Sovi is hot on Medisbury's tail, closing in by 1 second. Givenserogi is climbing up the order, moving up 1 spot to take the 17th position. Givenserogi and Rexon Zerer are locked in a close fight for the 16th spot. Cheese and Dash Hour is on the move, climbing 8 spots to 12. Vicky is inching up to 8. Dude Smoky a Blunt is also making progress, now in 10th. Cheese and Dash Hour is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Amy just moved up 1 to 3rd. The fight for 2nd between Amy and Turbo Benzina is heating up, with both cars nose to tail. Turbo Benzina is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 3rd place, leaving someone behind. Respat Ingyo is also making moves, now in 5th. Maya is closing in on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Sovi is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take 13th place. Aryu Serial and Sovi are in a tight battle for 13th place. Aryu Serial and Sovi are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Le Kaiju is inching up to the 16th place. Rex and Sura and Le Kaiju are battling for the 17th position. Sovi is climbing up to 12th place. Medisbury and Array of Cereal are nose to nose for 14. Rexner is pushing to 17. Amy just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Looks like she's on a roll. New for Life and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd. This is getting interesting. Peace Watching Yo and New for Life are battling hard for 4. No room for mistakes there. Aminsan is chipping away at Chris Wachingyo's lead, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Vicky is gaining on Maya by 1.5 seconds. The Critical Egg just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Vicky is inching closer to Maya, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry just sneaked up 2 spots to claim the 14th position. Rex and Sarah is narrowing the distance to Dude Smoke a Blunt by 3.5 seconds. Vicky is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 2.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and Jackal are battling it out for the 13th spot. Guy and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce fight for the 19th position. Hingle Me Cringleberry is climbing to 13th place. Guy is advancing to 19th place. Whip 3 out 25 and 5 Guy are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Vicky is right behind me now, closing the gap by over a second. The Critica Leg just climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Dude Smoke a Blunt is also making moves, up 1 spot to 15. Mr. Rush is climbing up to 9th place. Scott Dixon is chipping away at Whip 3 out 25's lead, now 1.2 seconds behind. Yesteron 133,796 is gaining on its Bumblebee, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Piswachingyo is now in 4th place. Vicky is getting closer to Maya and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. The Critica Lake has moved up to 9th place. Whip 3 out 25 just snuck into the top 20 and is eyeing that 18th place. Guy and Whip 3 out 25 are nose to tail for 19th. Looks like a little push is needed. Yesteron 133,796 is closing in on its Bumblebee, shrinking the gap by 2.5 seconds. So expect some action soon. Vicky is inching closer to me, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is gaining on the Kaiju, chopping the distance by a little over a second. Scott Dixon just snuck into the top 20, climbing 1 spot. Yesteron 33,796 is closing in on its Bumblebee like a heat-seeking missile. Lord Buttrill just snuck into 27th place. A Windstorm is climbing up to 28th, making moves. Cheese and Dash Hour is closing in on 5th place Guy by another 8.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and Mattisberry are neck and neck for 12th. Whip 3 out 25 just gained 1 spot to 18th. Turbo Benzina just snatched the lead from Gina Jones. Looks like Gina will have to work harder to keep that spot. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing steadily, now in the top 20. Gina Jones is now in 1st place. Nuffle Life is climbing to 4. Aminzan is inching up to 5th. Maya just snuck into 6th place. Looks like she's on a roll. Vicky is also climbing up to 7th. The race is heating up. Maya is now just a second behind Amundsen. The Critica Leg has climbed to 8th place. Lord Batril is chipping away at its Bumblebee, closing the gap by over a second. Whip 3 out 25 is holding a solid lead over Dude's Mokia Blunt, but Dude's closing in with a faster lap. Whip 3 out 25. Better keep the pedal down or risk losing that top spot. Vicky is gaining on Maya, now just a second behind. The Critica leg is hot on Vicky's tail, closing in fast. Zombush 86 has climbed one spot to 20, making moves early on. Turbo Benzina is really stalking Gina Jones now. Amin San just sneaked into 4th place. The Critica leg is gaining on Vicky fast. New for Life is climbing to 4th place. Sobi is gaining on Mr. Rush, closing the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon is making a move on Rex and Zerer, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is creeping up on Araya Serial with a 1-second gain. Silhouette and Gesterone, 133,796, are locked in a battle for 24th place. Lord Buttrell is closing in on its Bumblebee, chipping away at the gap by 1.4 seconds. Amy is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to 14. Ariu Serial is closing in on Mattisberry, reducing the gap by 2 seconds. The Critica leg is slicing closer to Vicky, just a second behind now. Mattisberry is climbing 2 spots to 13. Ariu Serial is also making moves, up 1 spot to 15. Turbo Benzina takes the lead, moving up to 1st place. Zombush 86 is gaining on Scott Dixon, now just 1.6 seconds behind. The Vencero guy is closing in on Lord Buttrell, cutting the gap by a second. Amy just overtook someone to take 2nd place. New View Life is also climbing up to 3rd. Aminzan is inching closer to the top 4. Things are heating up behind me. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Vicky has moved into 6th place, also up 1 spot. The Critica leg is in 7th position, gaining 1 spot as well. The Critica leg is driving a 1995 Audi RS2 Avant on it. They're currently in 8th place, staying steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Vicky is now in 5th place, inching closer to Maya in that tight battle. Dude's Smoky Blunt is closing the gap on Zombush 86 by 2.2 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Turbo Benzina and Amy are now nose to tail for the lead. Zombush 86 is gaining ground on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by over a second. Amy is trying to hold on to that top spot, but Turbo Benzina is lurking right behind. Turbo Benzina takes the lead, leaving the pack behind. Vicky is inching closer to Amundsen, the gap shrinking steadily. His SWAT Ingyo is also gaining on Gina Jones, closing that distance nicely. Vicky is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Mr. Roche has moved up one spot to 10th place. Rex Nasser is chasing Arayu Serial, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Nadisbury is creeping up on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Zombush 86 is hot on Scott Dixon's tail, also gaining a second plus. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt is right behind Zombush 86, making it a three-way chase. Vicky is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just over a second. The Critica leg is catching up to Maya, getting closer by nearly 2 seconds. Gina Jones is also on the move, closing in on the Critica leg by a little over a second. Noel for Life is gaining on Amy with a pretty quick pace. Vicky is closing in on Amundsen fast. The Critica leg is creeping up on me, just 1.8 seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 11th place. Chizindashauer is making a move to 29th place. Vicky is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt is catching Zombush 86, but still a bit of work to do. The Critica leg is right behind Maya though. Looks like a tasty snack is on the menu. Rex Nera is gaining on Arayu Serial too, but still a bit of a distance to make a move. New for Life is now in second place. Maya is gaining on Vicky, closing the gap by 130 seconds. The Critica leg is also closing in on Maya, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Amundsen is inching closer too, Amy and chipping away at that gap. Vicky is hot on Amundsen's tail now, closing in fast. Whip 3 out 25. Just snuck up one spot to sit in the 13th spot, making moves. Vicky is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just 1 second. Ario Serial is hot on Jackal's heels, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Scott Dixon is charging, narrowing the distance to Rex Nzera by 2.5 seconds. Vicky is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Elias X988 has moved up one spot to 19. Mr. Roche is closing in on Dude Smoke Ia Blunt, reducing the gap by 230 seconds. Amy is right behind New for Life, now closing the gap to just a second. Vicky is gaining on Amundsen, the distance shrinking steadily. Whip 3 out 25 is catching up to Metasperry, closing in by a little over a second. Amundsen is really on the gas, closing in on Amy fast. The critical leg just snuck into 6th place, climbing the ranks. Her sweat Inyo is chipping away at Gina Jones, getting closer with every second. No for Life is gaining fast on Turbo Benzina, closing the distance by 18.1 seconds. The critical leg is making a move on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 6.5 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is inching closer to Metasperry, narrowing the gap by 5.1 seconds. New for Life just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is right behind in 2nd place. Vicky is closing in on 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the top. Vicky is creeping closer to Amy, closing the gap by a little over a second. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing 2 spots to take 9th place. Eliasix 988 is narrowing the distance to Zombush 86 by about the same amount. Vicky is narrowing the gap with Amy by a second and a bit. Hingle Kringleberry is closing in on Turbo Benzina, faster than a speeding ticket. Metasperry just jumped 2 spots and now sits in 10th place. Vicky is hot on Amy's tail now, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. I'm inching closer to Amundsen, chipping away at 1.6 seconds. Jude Smoky Ablant is creeping up on Elias 78, narrowing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Gina Jones and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Turbo Benzina is creeping closer to Hriswachindio, chipping away at the gap. Hingle Kringleberry is hot on Turbo Benzina's heels now, closing in fast. Amundsen just sneaked into 3rd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th. Hriswachindio is also making moves, now in 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing to 3rd place. Hriswachindio is now in 4th. Turbo Benzina has moved up to 6th. The race is heating up. Owen Storm is gaining fast on its Bumblebee, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Amy, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Turbo Benzina is creeping up on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Vicky is really closing the gap on Hingle Kringleberry. Less than a second now. Scott Dixon has climbed 1 spot to 15. Eliasix 988 has gained 2 positions, now in 16. Turbo Benzina is gaining fast on Amundsen, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Amy, narrowing it down by 2 seconds. Jackal is inching closer to the critical leg, just 1 second behind. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 5th place. Hingle Kringleberry is closing in on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mr. Roche is catching up to Dudesmo Kablant, closing the distance by just over a second. Inga McCringleberry is gaining fast on Amundsen, closing the gap by 6.5 seconds. Gina Jones is sneaking up on Amy with a 1.8 second reduction. Turbo Benzina is inching closer to Riswachingyo, closing the gap by just over a second. Gina Jones is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Eliasix 988 is hot on Rex Nazira's heels, closing almost 2 seconds. Yesterone 33,796 is creeping up on Mr. Roche, reducing the distance by a solid 1.6 seconds. Gina Jones is rapidly catching up to Amy, closing the gap by over 6 seconds. Inga McCringleberry is inching closer to Amundsen, and Arayu Serial is sneaking up on Jackal, all within a second or so. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Vicky is sneaking into 7th. Yesterone 133,796 is making a move to 19th. Amundsen is now in 15th place, clearly having a rough patch. Gina Jones is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Turbo Benzina is catching up to Riswachingyo, narrowing it down by 1.6 seconds. Jackal just climbed to 9th place. Arayu Serial is now 10th. And Maya is 11th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Maya is closing in fast on Arayu Serial now, just under 10 seconds behind. Turbo Benzina has climbed to 4th place and is gaining in ground. Inga McCringleberry has moved up to 5th and looks eager to catch the pack. Whip 3 out. Whippy 5 is on a roll, climbing 9 spots to reach the 18th place. Gina Jones is narrowing the distance to Amy by 2.5 seconds. Turbo Benzina is hot on Gina's tail, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Riswachingyo is dropping back to the 17th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 2nd. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Turbo Benzina is slicing through the gap to Amy like a hot knife through butter. Vicky just overtook someone for 5th place, climbing the ranks. Whip 3 out 25 is inching up to 17th, slowly but surely. Turbo Benzina is now in 3rd place. Vicky is closing the gap on Amy by 2.2 seconds. The critical egg has moved up to 6th place. Vicky is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing in by 2.7 seconds. Rex Nazira is climbing up to 10th place. Sovi is also on the move, grabbing 11th. Vicky is really closing the gap on Amy, cutting it down by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon has climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Whip 3 out 25 is making moves, jumping 2 spots to 15. Vicky is now in 3rd place, climbing 2 spots. The critical egg has moved up 1 spot into 5th. Silhouette is making a move up 2 spots into 18th. Turbo Benzina is now in 3rd place. Jackal has moved into 6th. And I am climbing into 7th. Looks like a little shuffle at the middle of the pack. Rex and Sarah is climbing up to 8th place. Sophie is now in 9th. Dude Smokey Ablunt has moved into 10th. Looks like everyone's playing the upward mobility game. Maya is climbing to 6th place. Areu Serial is now 7th. Rex and Sarah is knocking on the door of the top 10 and 8th. Zoe is climbing up to 8th place. Jude Smokey Blunt is also moving up to 9th. Whip 3 out 25 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 11th. Whip 3 out 25 has also gained 2 spots and is in 12th. The pack is tightening up nicely. Gavensero Guy is gaining fast on Rex and Zara now, just a few seconds behind. Maya is catching up to the critical egg and closing the distance. Areu Serial is also on your tail, reducing the gap by over a second and a half. Scott Dixon is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gavensero Guy just moved up 1 spot to 20. Zombmush 86 is catching Rex Nera, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Will for Life, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Vicky is right behind Turbo Benzina, closing in by just over 2 seconds. Sophie is making a move on Areu Serial, closing the gap by a solid 1.5 seconds. Mr. Roche is gaining on Silhouette, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Priswachindio has moved up 1 spot to take 17th. Yesteron 133,796 is closing in on Nazirov Starks, reducing the gap by 1 second. Gina Jones is really closing in on Move for Life, cutting the gap by over a second. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing up to 11th place. Nadisbury is also making moves, now in 12th. Naya is holding steady in 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now just a second behind Dude Smokey Blunt. Lucayo has climbed to 14th place, making some moves. Maya is now in 5th place, inching closer to the top. Sophie is cutting down the distance to Areu Serial by over a second. Mr. Rush is gaining on the Kaiju, both fighting for 14th place with a tight gap. The critical egg is climbing to 5th place. Sophie's closing the gap on Areu Serial by a second and a half. Priswat Indio is making a move to 16th place. The critical egg is creeping closer to Vicky, chipping away at the gap. Whip 3 out 25 just grabbed the 10th spot, climbing up the ranks. Nonstop Starks is on the hunt for Zombush 86, closing in steadily. Gina Jones is slicing through the field, closing in on Nuwu for life by 3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry just climbed 1 spot to 10 tiny. Silhouette also moved up 1 spot to 12. Gina Jones just took the lead, leaving everyone in her dust. Turbo Benzina is right behind her, trying to catch up. Le Kaiju's closing in on Medisbury, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Things are heating up. The Critica leg is slicing through the track, closing in on Move for Life, with a gap shrinking by 9/30 seconds. Vicky has climbed 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Sylvie is catching up to Arayu Serial with a 1.4 second reduction in the gap. Miswet Hingyo advances to 14th place. Up, Divinsarogai is closing the gap on Jackal by over a second. Nonstop Starks and Zombush 86 are battling fiercely for 22nd. And Houston did continue as you put 22nd. The Critica leg is inching closer to Nuwu for life, with a 1.4 second gain. Arayu Serial is catching up to Maya by 1.1 seconds. Divinsarogai is closing the gap on Jackal by a solid 3.5 seconds. Arayu Serial is now just a blink behind Maya Detonis. Zovi is closing fast on Arayu Serial too. Iliazix 980 is climbing up to 14, making moves. Vicky is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Sovi is climbing up to 7th place. Due to Smoke A Blunt is narrowing the distance to Arayu Serial by 1.6 seconds. Le Kaiju is driving a 1981 Lamborghini Jalpa Toptor. They're currently in the 16th place, almost 5 seconds behind the leader. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Dude Smokia Blunt is creeping closer to Arayu Serial like a cat stalking its prey. Iliazix 988 is chipping away at Medisbury, inching closer with every lap. Mr. Roche and the Kaiju are neck and neck for the 16th spot. Looks like a photo finish is on the horizon. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Maya is catching up to the Critica leg, closing the distance steadily. Sovi is right behind Maya, looking for a chance to overtake. Turbo Benzina is now just a second behind Gina Jones. Sovi is right on my tail, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing in by 2.5 seconds. The Critica leg is right behind New Fur Life, now just a blink away. Hingle McCringleberry is catching Dude Smokia Blunt, not giving him a break. Iliazix 988 is closing in on Silhouette. Looks like a battle for the top 10 is heating up. Dude Smokey Blunt is driving a 1994 Acura NSX. He's currently in 10th place, but is a bit off the pace with a lap time of 1 minute, 47 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Dude Smokey Blunt is really making a move on Ariu Serial, trying to catch up. Eliasis 98 just climbed one spot to 12th. Evensero guy is closing in on Lakaiju, inching closer by over a second. Nova Life is gaining on Vicky and closing the gap by over a second. Sovi is almost on my tail now, just under 2 seconds behind. Nadisberry has climbed one spot and is now in the 13th position. Maya is now just a second behind the critical egg. Dude Smokey Blunt has overtaken someone to sit in 8th place. Whip 3 out 25 is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and the gap is shrinking fast. Thovi has moved up one spot into 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Arayu Serial and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Risvat Inyo has gained one position and is now in 13th place. Maya is climbing up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Arayu Serial and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Eliasis 98 is gaining on Whip 3 out 25, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Its Bumblebee is right behind Lord Buttrell now, closing the gap to just under 8 seconds. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Gina Jones, inching closer by 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Arayu Serial at a similar pace, just over 1 second behind. Zoe is climbing up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to 9th. Whip 3 out 25 is closing the gap on Arayu Serial by 2.1 seconds. So expect some action soon. New for Life is driving a Peugeot 205 T16, a classic rally legend known for its agility. They're currently in 5th place, holding a solid position but a bit behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is just over 1 minute 47 seconds. Looks like they're pushing but still chasing the top. Sovi is hot on the critical egg's tail, closing in by over 1 second. Eliazax 988 is gaining on Whip 3 out 25, almost 2 seconds closer. Yesteron 33,796 is making a move on Lakaiju, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Things are heating up. Rexant Sero is closing in on Jackal, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Dovi is gaining on the critical egg, shaving off 1.5 seconds. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 23rd place, making moves. Turbo Benzina is right behind Gina Jones now. Looks like a move is imminent. Move for Life is gaining on Vicky quickly. Less than 2 seconds now. Dude Smokey Blunt is hot on my tail, closing in steadily. Things are heating up at the back of the pack. Our Storm is now just a few car lengths behind Zombush, 86. The critical leg is right on. New for Life's tail. Dude Smokey Blunt is inching closer to me. Probably just waiting for the perfect moment to overtake. Here's what Ingyo is gaining on Elias S98, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Yesterun 33,796 is climbing up to 16th place, making a move. Vicky is really closing in on Turbo Benzina. Just 1.9 seconds behind now. Yesterun to 33,796 is climbing up to 15th place. The Kaiju has moved up to 16. Sophie is closing in on the critical leg, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Mr. Roche has moved up 1 spot to be in 18. Jackal has also moved up 1 spot to 19. Jackal and Mr. Roche are now locked in a tight battle for 17. Mattisberry is gaining fast on Riswachingio, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Dude Smokey Blunt, cutting the distance by 3 seconds. Alias698 is creeping up on Arayu Serial, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Given Guy is rapidly catching Zombush 86, closing the gap by 17.7 seconds. The Criticalic is inching closer to and Move for Life, with a 1.3 second gain. Elias X988 is narrowing the distance to Arayu Serial by just over 1 second. Vicky is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. The critical leg is inching closer to Move for Life by 1.2 seconds. Elias 988 is also closing in on Arayu Serial by 1.2 seconds. Looks like Pelevane is turning into a mini duel. Vicky is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Elias 6988 just moved up 1 spot to 11. Given Guy is narrowing the distance to Zombush 86 by a solid 2.5 seconds. Whip 3 out 25 is now right behind Hingle McCringleberry and might be thinking about overtaking soon. Yesterun 33,796 is hot on Mattisberry's tail, closing the gap quickly. Even Guy is inching closer to Zombush 86, but still has some work to do. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Jaina Jones and is now just a few car lengths behind. Dude Smokey Blunt is right behind me, closing in steadily. Elias X988 is catching up to Whip 3 out 25. The battle for the top 10 is heating up. Sophie is creeping up on the critical leg, getting closer by 1.5 seconds. Dude Smoke Blunt is hot on my tail, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Guy is gaining ground on Zombush 86, narrowing the gap by over 2 seconds. Turbo Benzina takes the lead now. Vicky moves into second place. Sophie is gaining on the critical leg, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. New for Life is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Riswajingyo is catching up to Areo Serial with a 2.5 second gain. Givensirugai is inching closer to Zombush 86, reducing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Move for Life is now in third place. The critical leg has also moved up to fourth. Zombush 86 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by a full 1.2 seconds. New for Life is gaining on Vicky and closing the gap to just a few car lengths. The critical leg is hot on New for Life's tail now. Maya is under pressure from Dude Smoke Blunt, the gap shrinking steadily. Its Bumblebee is gaining on Lord Buttrell, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amin-san is creeping closer to Amy, the distance shrinking steadily. Lord Buttrell is now just a few seconds behind 5N0 Goy. Maya is catching up to Sophie and is now within 1.5 seconds. Elias 988 is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, but only by a tiny margin. Madisberry is gaining on Riswa Chingyo and is now just a little over 1 second behind. Zombush 86 is inching closer to Scott Dixon and has cut the gap by a full second. Given Sarogai is closing in on Alwyn Storm rapidly, trimming nearly 2.5 seconds off the distance. Dude Smoke Blunt is gaining on Maya pretty quickly now. Looks like a battle for the lead is brewing. Given Sarogai is inching closer to Alwyn Storm. Maybe a move coming soon. Amin-san is closing in on Amy as well. So keep an eye on that fight. Gina Jones is hot on the critical egg's tail, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Dude Smoke Blunt is sneaking up on me, closing in by 1/4 seconds. Risvat Ingyo is gaining on Arius Serial with a 2-second push. New for Life is gaining on Vicky and closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Yesteron 133,796 is really closing in on Madisberry, and looks like a move might be coming soon. Mr. Roche is chipping away at Lakaiju, but still a bit of distance to make up. Vicky is closing in on Turbo Benzina, just a second and a bit behind now. Dude Smoke Blunt is gaining on me, closing the gap by the same margin. Riswat Ingyo has moved up 1 spot to 12. Vicky is now just a blink behind Turbo Benzina. Sophie is gaining on Gina Jones at a decent pace. Elias X98 is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, not letting that gap get too comfortable. Ingo Mikringleberry climbs to 8th place. Madisberry is gaining on Arayu Serial by a second and a half. Scott Dixon is closing the gap on Nezerub Starks by the same margin. Turbo Benzina is driving a 1988 Holden Commodore SS Group A, a classic Australian muscle car. They are currently leading the race comfortably, with a fastest lap of 1:46.365 Torre. Looks like they're enjoying a smooth run at the front. The Criticalec is closing in on Nouveau Life pretty quickly now. Ilias X98 is climbing up to 9th place. Silhouette is making a move up to 19. Amundsen is driving a 1989 Ferrari 348, which is known for its sharp styling and mid-engine layout. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spots. New for Life is catching up to Vicky, now just a second behind. The Criticalec is right on New for Life's tail, closing in fast. Sophie is making moves on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just a second and a half. The Criticalec is hot on New for Life's tail, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Hiswatingyo is creeping closer to Whip 3 out 25, inching forward by just over a second. Nitzerup Starks is gaining on Rex Nerer, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. New for Life is catching up to Vicky fast, just a second behind now. Sophie is right on Gina Jones's tail, closing in steadily. Yesterun and 33,796 is gaining on Madisberry, but still a bit of a stretch. The Criticalec is hot on Wu for Life's tail, closing in fast. Maya is gaining ground on Dude Smoke Eblunt, making it a tight race. Whip 3 out 25 is creeping up on Hingle McCringleberry, not letting that lead slip away. Elia 698 is driving a Lotus Carlton from 1990. He's currently in 10th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's making some moves. Rizwat Hingyo is gaining on Whip 3 out 25, closing the gap by over a second. Nadisberry is climbing up to the 13th spot. Yesterun 133,796 and Arayu Serial are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Yesterun 133. 796 is climbing up to 13th place. 5 Ensirogai is narrowing the gap to Owen Storm by 1.2 seconds. Well, look at that Turbo Benzina cruising to victory again. Guess the competition was just a warm-up for you. Well done. Wow, Turbo Benzina really pulled out all the stops and claimed the victory. Congratulations to them. Truly a race to remember. And a big shout out to LESX988 for grabbing the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement. They can claim a shiny 1990 Lotus Carlton Datus. Plus, Vicky did the most overtakes, which is no small feat and absolutely worth celebrating. They also get to take home a 1990 Lotus Carlton Dot-I. Nice work, everyone! Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that call before the race zooms off without you. Don't miss out on the action. Get those selections in. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side, we have Unknown Tactiz with the 2003 Palmer Jaguar JP1, a classic beauty that might have a few years on it, but could still surprise us. On the other side, Turbo Benzina with a 1996 Ozella PA20 BMW, which sounds like it's been around the block a few times too. Given the age of these cars, I'd say the Palmer Jaguar has a slight edge because it's a bit newer and might handle a tad better on Baskerville's twists and turns. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. It's almost like giving them a vintage charm contest instead of a race. My gut says the Jaguar might take it, but I wouldn't count out the Ozella just yet, especially if the AI driving skills are top-notch. Who do you think is going to surprise us? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Baskerville and Vicky's leading the pack on pole with her vintage 1996 Ozella P, a 21 Honda. Let's see if that classic can keep up with the newer rivals. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Vicky is right behind her in second place. Ingo McCringleberry is holding on to the third spot. The top three are all bunched up and ready to battle. Vicky and Gina Jones are neck and neck for first place. Turbo Benzina and Skozarobs are trading paint for 7th. Nouveau for Life and GamerBoss 72 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to second place. Scott Dixon is also moving up to 8th. Turbo Benzina and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a photo finish coming. Vicky just overtook Gina Jones to take the lead. Gina is not giving up easily though. Sputnik NZ is closing in on the top 3, moving up one spot to 3rd place. Gina Jones just took the lead, claiming first place. GamerBoss 72 and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 9. Tukins Flora is climbing up to the 13th spot. GamerBoss72 is now in 9th place, climbing one spot. Amy is right behind in 10th. They're nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a close fight. Vicky just snatched the lead from Gina Jones. They are now nose to nose for the top spot. Uncanny Buddy is creeping up behind in 4th place. Gina Jones just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Unknown Tactus, chipping away at the gap by 2 seconds. Sophie and Toucan's Flora are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Toucan's Flora is climbing up to 11th place. Scott Dixon and Toucan's Flora are nose to tail, fighting for that 10th spot. Sputnik NZ is in 3rd place, driving a 2012 Praga R1. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 0.284. Looks like they're holding a good pace but still a bit behind the leaders. Turbo Benzina is now in 6th place. Skozer Ops and Amy are nose to tail for 8th. Looks like a little push might be needed to settle that one. Jackal is driving a 2010 Global GT Light, which is known for its balanced performance. Looks like they're holding a solid position in the middle of the pack, but not quite making a move yet. Toucan's Flora is climbing to 9th place. Vietnam Heath and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 14th. Jackal is advancing to 16th. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amy is now 7th after her latest move. Toucan's Flora is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. Unknown Tactics is climbing to 4th place. Uncanny Buddy and Unknown Tactics are battling hard for that spot. Toucan's Flora is shifting up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2010 Global GT Light. They're currently in 10th place with a lap time of 12.956. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Well, look at that. Gina Jones just took the victory. Guess she's the one to beat now. Wow, Gina Jones really pulled it off. Congrats on the win and the fastest lap. You definitely earned that 2014 Norma M20 FC Ultralights. Enjoy your shiny new car. Sure. Did you know that the 28 KTM Crossbow GT4 looks like a spaceship on wheels? It's designed to be super lightweight and agile, making it almost like a go-kart for grown-ups. It's so minimal that it almost feels like you're racing with just a helmet and a dream. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't make me have to pick one for you. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright. Looking at these choices, the Ferrari 488 GT4 is known for its speed and agility, especially on a circuit like Hawaii, with all those sharp turns and elevation changes. It's a pretty powerful car that excels in quick cornering and straight-line speed. On the other hand, the Ginetta G55 Super Cup is more of a track-focused car with a reputation for handling and balance, but it might be a bit less aggressive in raw speed compared to the Ferrari. Given that, I'm leaning towards Sovi and the Ferrari taking the win. It's got the edge in raw power, and likely the better top-end speed. But hey, if the Ginetta can find the perfect racing line and take advantage of its handling, it might just surprise us. My money's on Sovi, but I'd keep an eye on the Ginetta. It's not out of it just yet. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Circuit Hawaii, and leading the pack is the Aetherplasm car in GT4, a 2015 Nissan 370Z Nissan GT4. Looks like it's got the early lead, but knowing these AI, anything can happen. Stay tuned. Sovi has shot off the line into the lead, followed closely by Aetherplasm in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Hingle McCringleberry is now in second place. Aetherplasm and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is climbing up to sixth place. Eddie just snuck into fourth place. Jackal is climbing into ninth. Turbo Benzina is inching into 12th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Schoolbus Rostefi is now in fourth place. Vicky and I are nose to nose for 10th. Who's gonna blink first? Jackal is driving a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo M.C. Looks like their race is a bit of a climb. Currently in 9th place. Not bad, but definitely room to overtake a few more. Gina Jones is driving a 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4. She's currently in 13th place, so she's holding her own but not exactly leading the pack. Schoolbus Rostefi is driving a Ginetta G55 Super Cup, starting in third and currently in fourth. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. Schoolbus Rust F8 is climbing up to third place now. Aetherplasm and Schoolbus Rust SDV are nose to nose for that position. Vicky is making a move, jumping to 10th place. Idiliva and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing to 12th. Move for Life is also moving up to 13th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. Jackal is closing the gap on Relaxed View by 1 second. New for Life and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 12th place. Idiliv and Aetherplasm are neck and neck for 4th place. No for Life just gained a spot to take 12th. Gina Jones and War for Life are fighting hard for 12th too. Scott Dixon just sneaked into 5th place, edging out Idiliv. They're nose to nose. Looks like Dixon wants that spot for keeps. AD Leave just gained 1 spot, now in 5th. AD Leave and Aethoplasm are nose to nose for 4th. Relaxed Few and Amy are fighting hard for 7th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place. Amy is now in 6th. Looks like Dixon's got some momentum. Amy's not letting him get away though. Sophie is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to take this win if he keeps it clean. Jackal is driving a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC. Their race looks solid with a 10th place finish, and they're just a little behind the leaders. Aethoplasm just snuck into 3rd place. Maya is chopping down the gap to Gina Jones by 1.5 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Ingame Kringleberry is currently in 2nd place with a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. He's been consistently fast with a best lap time of 1:38.88, just behind Sophie. Looks like he's pushing hard to catch the leader. Vicky just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Jackal and Vicky are nose to tail fighting for that same spot, and closing in on Gina Jones. And the gap shrinks by 1.5 seconds. Things are heating up. Scott Dixon and Schoolbus Rostevsky are nose to tail for 4th place. Gina Jones and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 12th. Scott Dixon is now in 4th place after overtaking someone. Schoolbus Rostevsky and Scott Dixon are battling hard for that spot. Gina Jones has moved up to 12th place. Elidier is driving a 2010 BMW M3 GT4. They're currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is a solid one, 39.874, so they might be holding back a bit. Wow, Sophie really sped to victory. Guess they're the one to beat now. Well done. Wow, Sophie, you really took the checkered flag there. Congratulations on your victory. That's quite the win. And I'm sure the car will suit you perfectly. Now, for the rest of you, the chance to claim some sweet rides is still on the table. Maya, you crushed the lap times, so you're officially claiming that sleek 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. I hope you're ready to turn some heads on the road. Vicky, you were the overtaking queen today, so enjoy that 2006 Panos Esperanza GT4. It's a beauty, and I bet you'll find plenty of ways to show it off. Great job, everyone. This race was a blast to watch. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1958 Maserati 250F. It's a classic and proven race winner from its era, so it's got the charm and the speed to maybe outwit the others on that retro circuit. The others are impressive for sure, but might be a little less suited for the tight, twisty nature of Estoril's retro layout. Ooh, nice choices. The Cosma Offie from the early 50s has that raw vintage charm. But the Maserati 250F from 1958 is a legendary race car with a solid reputation. I'd say the Maserati might have a slight edge in terms of handling and speed, especially on a retro track like Estoril. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's going to be fun to watch if that old school muscle can outsmart the more sleek and refined Maserati. Who are you placing your bets on? Alright folks, the race is underway at Estoril Retro, and leading the pack is a classic 1960 Scarab Indy, blazing the trail for the classic Indy cars and silhouette class. Let's see if it can keep that pole position, or if the others will catch up. Silhouette has taken an early lead, showing some serious speed. Lazy Towner is holding strong in second, not letting the pressure get to him. And right behind in third, that's me, Maya, trying to keep up and not embarrass myself too much. Two Peas and a Podcast is climbing to third place. Maya and New for Life are nose to nose for fourth. It's Bumblebee sneaking up to seventh. Maya is climbing up to fourth place. Its Bumblebee is now in sixth. Jackal has moved into 12th. No sign of slowing down yet. Its Bumblebee and New for Life are nose to tail for fifth place. K-Steflex just gained one spot to sit in 14th. K-Steflex and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 13th. Maya just overtook the driver ahead to take third place. Two Peas and Maya are nose to tail fighting for third. Bumblebee and Woofer Life are also locked in a close duel for fifth. Two Peas and a Podcast is climbing to third place. Bumblebee is also pushing up to fifth. They're neck and neck for that spot. It's Bumblebee and Maya are neck and neck for fourth place. Gina Jones is closing in on Jackal fast, cutting the gap by a full second. K-Steflex is climbing up the field, grabbing the 13th spot. Its Bumblebee is climbing up to fourth place. Vicky and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for ninth. Sovi and K-Steflex are locked in a close fight for 13th. Amy and Move for Life are neck and neck for 6th place. Jackal is chipping away at Vicky's lead, now just 1 second behind. Toadette TV and Yarlatho Pep 98 are locked in a close fight for 15th. Teflex is driving a 1952 Kuzma Offie. They're currently in 15th place, so they're hanging around the middle of the pack, probably looking for a chance to make a move. Nyalathotep 98 is climbing up to 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves to 16th place. Senior Flip Flopona 100 and 2020 and Amy are neck and neck for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot to sit 15th. Sovi and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 15th. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 just overtook someone to take 7th place. Looks like the battle for 7th is heating up between Amy and Senor Flip Flopone 120-20. New for Life is climbing to 5th place. Amy is now 7th. Toadette TV is making a move to 16th. Senor Flip Flopona 120-20 is climbing 1 spot to 7th place. Gina Jones is also moving up 1 spot to 11th. Jackal and Gina are nose to tail, fighting for 10th place. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to find a way through. Senor Flip Flopona 120-20 and Amy are still neck and neck for 7th place. Jackal is making a move, climbing to 12th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 5th place. New for Life is right behind her. The race for 7th is heating up with Amy and Senor Flip Flopona 120-20 battling it out. New for Life just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Teflex is climbing 2 spots to 12. Gina Jones and Teflex are nose to nose for 12. Zilouette is holding a commanding lead and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Hingham McCringleberry is climbing up to 14th place. Toadette TV and Nyarlathotep 98 are nose to nose for 15th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Toadette TV is now in 14th place after climbing 2 spots. Toadette TV and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 13th place. Looks like a close fight. Jackal and Vicky are nose to nose for the 10th spot. Winchieko 21 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Vicky just sneaked into 9th place. Nyarlathotep 98 is closing in on her, inching up to 14. Toadette TV and Nyarlathotep 98 are practically glued together for that 14th spot. Teflex and Jackal are nose to nose for 11th place. Toadette TV is inching up to 14. Nyarlathotep 98 and Toadette TV are locked in a close fight for 14th. Teflex is climbing nicely into the top 10. Nyalitotep 98 is making a small gain, creeping closer to the middle of the pack. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like Silhouette really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Silhouette really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. That was some serious driving. Looks like they're the ones to beat today. Great job! Oh, fun fact about a Capone Raceway is that it was originally built as a potato farm, and somehow, it turned into a racing legend. It's like the track has potato roots and speed in its DNA. Who knew that farm-fresh potatoes could lead to high-octane races? Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in before the countdown hits 0. Don't let your dream car sit on the sidelines. Make your pick, and let's see which AI takes the checkered flag. Alright, we've got the 2012 Ferrari 599 X Evoluzione versus the 2012 Rus CTR 3 on a Capone Raceway. Both are pretty incredible machines, but they definitely have their strengths. The Ferrari is known for its agility and cutting-edge technology, perfect for those tight corners and quick acceleration. On the other hand, the Rus CTR 3 is a beast with raw power and a great balance of speed and handling. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for its precision and racing pedigree. But hey, the roof isn't one to let itself get left behind easily, especially with its robust build. It might come down to who nails the turns better. Though, I'd say the Ferrari could have a slight edge, but don't count out the Ruf just yet. This race is definitely going to be a close one. Alright folks, the race kicks off at a Capone Raceway and Salmon is on pole with the mighty 2017 Aston Martin Vulcan IMR Pro. Buckle up, it's about to get exciting. Salmon Samun has shot off the line to take the lead. Gina Jones is right behind in second place. Ariu Serial is holding on to third, but expects some early action to shake things up. Lisa Shibi is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 4th. Ariu Serial just nudged into second. And now, Gina Jones is hot on their tail, battling for that second spot. Abeta Bloke is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is now in 8th. Scott Dixon and Zero Time Live are nose to nose for 9th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 9th place. Zero Team Alive and Dixon are neck and neck for that position. Swat Indio is gaining ground, now in 11th. Ariu Serial is closing in on Salmon Salmon, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Abeta Bloke has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Riswat Indio has also gained 1 spot, now in 10th. Lisa Shivi is narrowing the gap on Gina Jones by over a second. Sovi has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Rogue and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 6th position. Ariu Serial is gaining on Samun Samun, closing the gap to just a second. Sovi is making a move on Lisa Shibi, closing the distance by over a second. Amy is climbing up to 7th place. Looks like she's on a roll. Amy is gaining on Sovi and closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Joey Pastrami is inching closer to Zero Time Live, closing the gap by a second. I've moved up 2 spots to 15th place, so I guess I'm not just here for the scenery. Zero Time Live is driving a 2012 Rough CTR3. They're currently in 6th place, holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Zoe and Zashabi are nose to tail fighting for 5th place. Vicky is climbing up to 12th, inching closer to the front. Abeta Bloke and Ariu Serial are nose to tail for 2nd place. Sovi is climbing up to 5th. Amy is also on the move, now in 6th. Sovi just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Looks like the race is heating up at the front. Vicky and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 12th. That's a close one. Joey Pastrami and Vicky are also battling for 13th. Things are getting crowded back there. Sylvie's closing in on a better bloke, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya has climbed 2 spots and is now in 13th place. Vicky and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for the same position. Rogue advances to 8th place. Vicky climbs to 13th. James Misk and Jackal are nose to nose for 16th. Ariu Serial and Salmon Salmon are neck and neck for 1st place. Sovi is closing in on a better bloke, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Sovi and a better bloke are battling hard for 3rd place. Ariu Serial is now in 1st place. A better bloke has moved up to 2nd. Vicky is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap a bit more. Rogue just overtook 2 cars and is now in 6th place. Amy and Rogue are nose to tail fighting for that 6th spot. Hingle Meat Kringleberry is driving a 2009 BMW 134 Judd 80. They're currently in the 13th place, holding steady but not exactly setting the pace with a lap time of 1:36.35. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite challenging the front runners. Maya and Joey Pastrami are nose to tail for 14th place. Ingo Mikringleberry and Zerotimulev are swapping positions in the fight for 11th. Amy is now in 6th, inching closer to the top. Sophie and Salmon are neck and neck for 3rd place. Jackal is climbing up to 15th. Gamerboss 72 is also making moves, now in 16th. Wow, Arayu cereal just took the win. Looks like someone's been practicing their cereal eating skills on the track. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Arayu cereal really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the victory. You drove like a pro. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you did an outstanding job with the most overtakes today. You can go ahead and claim the sleek 2022 McLaren Elva.E. You earned it. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1966 Ford GT40 MKI was built specifically to beat Ferrari at Le Mans? And guess what? It succeeded, taking the top spot and ending Ferrari's 6-year winning streak. Talk about a David versus Goliath story on the racetrack. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in before they start racing without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one will dominate the track. Oh, this is an interesting matchup. The Ferrari 330 P4 is a legendary classic with impressive speed and handling. But don't underestimate the Lola T70 Mark on E4. It's a fierce competitor with agility and raw power. Given these two classics, I'd say it's a close call. But the Ferrari's reputation for dominance in its era might give it a slight edge. Still, the Lola has that aggressive stance that could surprise us. Who do you guys think will take the checkered flag? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Batanga Circuit, and leading the pack is Gina Jones in a sleek 1967 Ferrari 330 P4, starting in pole position. Looks like she's got the early lead, but anything can happen in these AI races. Gina Jones has shot off the line and taken an early lead. I'm right behind her in second place and Amy is holding steady in third. Looks like Gina's trying to run away with it already. Maya just overtook Gina Jones to take the lead. Gina is hanging close but looks a bit frustrated. Jackal and Amy are still nose to tail for third place. No clear moves yet. Jackal is now in third place, climbing one spot. Vicky has moved up to 6th place, also gaining one spot. Mr. Wolf J is now in 16th place, climbing one spot as well. Jackal and Gina Jones are nose to tail for second place. Sylvie and G Maxiate are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Okinabaka is climbing up one spot to 14th. Jackal has just overtaken someone to move into second place. Gina Jones and Jackal are nose to tail for that second spot. Amy and Gina Jones are also locked in a close fight for third. The Fuzz 84 is driving a vintage Dodge Challenger from 1970. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place now. Amy and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. New for Life is also making a move, now in 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 3rd place. Vicky just climbed one spot to 6th. Sylvie is cutting down the distance to G Maxiate by a second and a half. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Gina Jones and Hingle are battling closely for that spot. Vicky and Amy are also locked in a tight fight for 5th. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Bethralina just gained one spot and is now in 18th. Vinchika 21 and Bethralina are fighting hard for 18th. G Maxai is driving in 1968 Ford P68, a car known for its sleek design and decent speed. They are currently in 8th place, so they're holding their own but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Jackal has just overtaken and is now in the lead. Maya and Jackal are nose to tail for the top spot. Bethralina and Flincheka 21 are also fighting hard for 18th place. Maya is now in 1st place. Aisley has moved up one spot to 21st. Bethralina and Exley are nose to tail fighting for the 19th position. Vicky just sneaked into 5th place, inching past someone. Amy and Vicky are nose to nose for that 5th spot. Sylvie's climbing fast, now in 8th place after a 2-position jump. Vicky and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy just tried to slip inside, but Vicky held firm. Vicky is driving a 1967 Ferrari 330 P4 and is currently in 6th place. Her fastest lap is 1:48.524, so she's holding a decent pace but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like she's trying to stay in the mix. Maya is leading the race in a 1967 Ferrari 330P4. She's pulled ahead early and is maintaining a solid pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's in control for now. Wow, looks like Maya just proved they're the fastest on the track. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations to Maya on winning the race. Well-deserved victory. You really put on a show out there. And great job to everyone for a fantastic race. Hingle McCringleberry. You earned the fastest lap, so you can claim that gorgeous 1967 Ferrari 330P4. Maya, since you won the bet race, you get to add the same stunning Ferrari to your collection. Jackal, with the most overtakes, you can take home the sleek 1966 Jaguar XJ13. What a race! Can't wait to see what the next one brings. Sure thing! Did you know that the high-speed ring reverse track is basically like driving on a roller coaster designed by a slightly sadistic engineer? It's got those crazy sharp turns and sudden elevation changes that keep even the smartest AI guessing. It's like the track itself is saying, hey, let's see who really has nerves of steel or just a really good eye. So, buckle up, because this track is all about high speeds and even higher adrenaline. Oh, wow. This is a classic showdown of practicality versus reliability. The Ford Fusion is known for its slightly sporty vibe and solid performance. But the Toyota Camry is a master of smooth efficiency. On a high-speed track, like high-speed ring reverse, I'd probably lean toward the Fusion because it has a bit more potential for quick acceleration and handling. But hey, the Camry has a reputation for consistency. So, honestly, I'd say it's a close call. But I'm placing my bet on Wolfslide's Ford Fusion to edge out the Camry in this race. Let's see if the AI agrees. Alright everyone, Lemon Cult Games is on pole in a 2017 Ford Fusion, ready to take the lead at high-speed ring reverse. Let's see if they can hold on to that spot or if the other cars have tricks up their sleeves. Lemon Cult Games is taking the lead right out of the gate. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. Max Spirelli is sitting comfortably in third, but don't blink or they might be overtaken. Axton Hits is flying up the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry has claimed the top spot and is holding on to it. Lemon Cult Games is right behind, and the battle for first is heating up between those two. Max Spirelli is climbing fast into second place. Lemon Cult Games and Max Spirelli are nose to nose for that spot. Wolf Slide is making a move up to 5th place. Lemon Cult Games just sneaked into second place. Aerotech is now in fifth. The real drama is Aerotech and Amy fighting for fourth. Lemon Cult Games and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose at the front. Wolf's Light just gained a spot and is now in fifth. Wolf's Light and Amy are locked in a close fight for fourth place. Bubote is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Lemon Cult Games is holding strong at the front. Wolf's Light is inching closer to the top, moving up 1 spot. Wolf's Light and Max Beerly are neck and neck for third place. Aerotic just snuck into 6th, climbing 1 spot. Jackal and Shoebox TV are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Wolf's Light and Max Beerly are nose to tail fighting for 3rd place. Shoebox TV and Aerotic are locked in a close duel for 6th. Daisy Shines and Sylvie are battling it out for 12th. Shoebox TV is holding on to 6th place, but Aerotech is right behind, ready to pounce. Axton Hits and Scott Dixon are swapping positions every lap for 10th. Daisy Shanes and Sylvie are nose to tail for 12th, probably exchanging snacks too. Billy is slicing through the field, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Max Beerly is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place and looking to chase down the leader. Shoebox TV and Eroticek are nose to tail for 6th, probably giving us a show for the next few laps. Aerotech and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Scott Dixon just gained a spot to 10th. He's now in a fierce scrap with Tokens Flora for 9th. Aerotech and a nose to tail for 5th place. Jackal just overtook 1 car and is now in 7th. Shoebox TV and Jackal are battling hard for 7th. Wolf's Light is climbing to 3rd place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are still neck and neck for 4th. Jackal is now in 6th after gaining 1 spot. Wow, Lemon Cult Games just took the top spot. Guess they're the fastest lemon in the bunch. Well done. Congratulations to Lemon Cult Games for winning the race. That was an impressive show of racing skill from those AI cars. Looks like they really took the lead and held on to it. Well done to Lemon Cult Games. They definitely earned that victory today. Sure. Did you know that the 1955 Maserati 300s was a racing legend that could go from 0 to 60 in just about 5 seconds? That's pretty quick for a car from the 1950s. It was built for endurance and speed, often seen tearing up the tracks and leaving other cars in the dust. Essentially, it was the race car version of a lightning bolt back in its day. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage elegance versus raw racing prowess. Vicky's Maserati is a beautiful piece of history, but it might struggle a bit with that old-school charm compared to the sleek, aerodynamic Jaguar D-Type. I'd say the Jaguar has the edge here, especially on a track like Ruapuna Park. It's designed for speed and agility, while the Maserati, though stunning, was built more for style and grace. Still, I wouldn't count out the Maserati entirely. Sometimes history has a way of surprising us, but if I had to put my chips on it, I'd lean towards DJ North and the Jaguar. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Ruapuna Park with the Sports Cars 1950 class. Leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a 1952 Jaguar C-Type Putto. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position or if the others have a surprise up their sleeve. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Vicky is holding strong in second, with DJ Wolf close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Vicky has taken the lead, moving up to 1st place. Toby is not far behind, climbing 2 spots to 2nd. Gina Jones is on a tear, overtaking 12 cars to claim the lead. Vicky and Gina are now nose-to-nose for 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry and DJ Lone Wolf are locked in a fierce duel for 4th. Vicky and Gina Jones are nose-to-tail for the lead. Scott Dixon just gained a spot and is now in 8th place. Wolf's Light and Scott Dixon are battling hard for 8th position. Gina Jones is leading the race in a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage, a classic racing icon. She's holding the top spot comfortably, but her fastest lap time is still a mystery. Looks like she's cruising smoothly so far. Vicky is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Sophie is right behind, chasing that 2nd place. Joan Wolf is closing in, trying to grab the 3rd position. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 7th. Tapey KPA is climbing up to 10th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Jackal and Amy are still nose-to-tail for 6th. New Rule Life is climbing up to 13th. Gina Jones is driving a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. She's currently in the 13th place, so her race looks like a steady crawl rather than a sprint. No, Poor Life is racing a 1952 Jaguar C-Type. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably fighting for some points, or just enjoying the scenery. TPKPA is driving a 1956 Maserati 450. Starting from the 15th position. Looks like they're hanging back a bit but still in the race. Life is racing a 1952 Jaguar C-Type Plug. Their race seems to be stuck in neutral, sitting in 10th and not making any moves. Maya and D. Joan Wolf are nose to tail in 3rd place. TPPA just overtook someone to claim 9th. Gina Jones is closing in on Navling, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Maya is now in 3rd place and closing the gap on DJ Lone Wolf. Looks like a fun little duel shaping up. Gina Jones is racing a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage, a classic beauty known for its lightweight design and agility. She's currently in the last place and seems to be struggling a bit, with the slowest lap time by far. Scott Dixon's Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage is in 8th place. He's got the slowest fastest lap among the top 10, so his race looks a bit rough around the edges. Maya is gaining on Sovi, closing the gap by 1 second. Gina Jones is also making moves, closing in on Navling by 1.6 seconds. Maya and Sovi are nose to tail for 2nd place. Amy is chopping down the gap to Hingleme Kringleberry by a full second. TPKPA has gained 1 position and is now 8th. Vicky's holding the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. TPKPA is climbing to 7th place. Gina Jones is catching Navling fast, closing the gap by a second and a half. Jekyll is driving a 1956 Maserati 450S, same as the leader. They're currently in 8th place and have the slowest lap time among the Maserati 450s drivers. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Itsteria pair is now in 11th place. Gina Jones is cutting down the distance to Navling, now just a second and a half behind. Wow, Vicky, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Vicky really pulled off the victory. Congratulations. That was some impressive driving there. And now, Vicky gets to claim the legendary 1956 Maserati 450. As nice reward for your win. Looks like luck and skill were on your side today. Sure. A fun fact about the 1938 Maserati 8CTF is that it was specifically designed for racing and was known for its incredible speed and agility during its time. It was powered by a supercharged 3-liter inline-8 engine, which made it a real contender on the racetrack. Interestingly, it was so advanced that even today, car enthusiasts still marvel at its engineering and design. It's like the vintage sports car equivalent of a superhero in the racing world. Oh wow, we've got some classic beauties racing in Virginia International today. Dude Smokey a Blunt with that vintage Mercedes-Benz W125, and Mikkel Brocast with the Maserati 8CTF. Both are incredible machines from the golden era of racing. Honestly, the Mercedes is known for its exceptional handling and reliable performance on the track. But the Maserati has that raw power and aggressive attitude. Given the track and the car's specifications, I'd probably lean towards Dude Smokey a Blunt. The Mercedes-Benz 125 is a powerhouse and historically performed well on similar circuits. But don't be surprised if Mikkel Brocast's Maserati throws in some surprises with that extra punch. It's going to be a close call, but I say the vintage Mercedes might have just a slight edge here. Let's see how it goes. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Virginia International. Chelsea is starting in the lead on pole position, behind the wheel of a vintage 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. Looks like we're in for a classic showdown. Dude Smokey a Blunt has taken an early lead. Chelsea is hot on his tail in second, and Mikkel Brocast is holding on to third. Looks like a promising start for those three. Jackal and Mikkel Brocast are nose to tail for third place. Relaxed You and Lord Crispy are locked in a close fight for 9. Vicky's climbing up one spot to 11. Zikapal just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th. Vicky and Relaxed View are fighting hard for 10th. Relaxed View and Lord Crispy are neck and neck for 9th place. Vicky and Relaxed View are fighting hard for 10th. Rose Goldeming is climbing up one spot to 14th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Maya is also moving up to 6th. Vicky is making her way to 10th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Zikapal is now in 3rd place, closing the gap. Miko Broadcast and Psychopal are still neck and neck for that third spot. Relaxed View has moved up to 10th, making some progress. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Inga McCringleberry and Psychopal are nose to nose for 3rd. I'm advancing to 5th place, closing in on the top 3. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Jacko has moved into 6th. Sovi is now in 18th. Zikapal is really closing in on Shalesy. Just a second and a half behind now. Relaxed View has climbed up 1 spot to take 9th place. Chairo Gamarsah and Lord Sikrespi are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place, not giving each other an inch. Chairo Gamarasah and Lord Sikrespi are neck and neck for 10th place. Krandalide is climbing up to 22nd. Gravy Graves is racing a 1937 Auto Union Type C. Looks like they're way behind in 21st place and struggling to keep up. RVU Serial is driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C, known for its balanced handling and classic design. They're currently in the 17th place, so the race isn't exactly a cakewalk. But they're hanging in there. Krenadive is racing a 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154, which is a bit behind the leaders, but still hanging in there in 23rd place. Looks like they're just trying to keep it steady for now. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Ingo McCringleberry has also moved up 1 spot into 4th. Jacko follows closely behind in 5th, also up 1 position. Miko Broadcast is climbing up to 6th place. New is closing the gap on Sikapal by 1.7 seconds. Gene Jones is moving up to 12th. Ingo McCringleberry and I are nose to nose for 3rd place. Relaxed View just snuck into 8th. Anarchy 6 is climbing up to 15. Ingo McCringleberry and I are neck and neck for 3rd place. Shiro Gamaretsa just gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Lord Secretsby is also moving up to 11th. Gina Jones and Lord Secretsby are nose to nose for 11th. Jacko is creeping closer to me, closing the gap by a full second. Gina Jones is making moves and is now in the 11th place. Shoot Him Up is gaining on Vicky, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Dude Smoke Eablunt is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's looking comfortable at the front. Gina Jones and New for Life are nose to tail for 10th place. Grandalive just snuck into the top 23, climbing 1 spot. Dai. Pero Gamaresa just overtook someone to take 7th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th. Vicky and Lord Secresby are nose to nose for 12th. Wow, dude Smokey a Blunt? You really smoked the competition and took the victory. Nice job. Wow. Dude Smokey and Blunt really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats to them. That was a fantastic race. They clearly know how to handle those AI cars like a pro. Can't wait to see what they do in the next one. Sure. Did you know that the 1988 Jaguar XJR9 was a real race car superstar? It dominated the 1988 24 Hours of Le Mans and actually clinched the overall win that year. That's right. A British sports car taking home the big trophy against some fierce competitors. It's like the underdog story of the racing world, but with a lot more horsepower. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright, so we've got the legendary Mazda 787B going up against the Peugeot 905. The Mazda's a classic with its rotary engine, known for its unique sound and reliability in endurance races. The Peugeot, on the other hand, is a bit younger, with sleek aerodynamics and a turbocharged V10 that packs a punch. Considering Weatherfield Speedway is all about sharp turns and quick acceleration, my money's on the Mazda just because it's a bit more iconic and has a reputation for handling tricky corners with finesse. But honestly, the Peugeot could surprise us with its speed if it manages to stay cool under pressure. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright folks, the race is on at Weatherfield Speedway, and leading the pack is Gina Jones in a classic 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can keep up the pace or if the others will catch her soon. Gina Jones has shot off the line and taken the lead. Jude Smokey Blunt is holding strong in second, while Dishonored Fox is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up at the front. Asciuroni is on fire, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Vicky is also making moves, now in 7th after passing 3 more. Iconic Odd is gaining ground, now in 17th after a similar surge. Willow Shrub is making a move, climbing 3 places to 24th, Asuroni is inching forward now in 4th. Evolution 954 is also advancing, now in 5th. Sovi and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Scott Dixon and Relaxed View are locked in a close fight for 13th. Mr. Wolf J just gained 1 spot and is now 19. Asuroni and Daragaz are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Vicky and Dishonored Fox are locked in a close fight for 6th. Scott Dixon is climbing up the field, now in 13th after a nice move. Vicky just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Amy is also moving up 1 spot to 11th. Sophie and Amy are nose to tail for 11th place, so expect some drama there. Darigos is climbing up to 2nd place. Vicky is also making moves now in 5th. Evolution 954 and Vicky are nose to tail for 5th position. Evolution 954 is climbing to 5th place. Uncanny Buddy and Platinumir are nose to nose for 20. Beats with Kef is inching into 27th. Dishonored Fox is now in 5th place, climbing 2 spots. Amy and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Let's Go and Autoliatorius are locked in a close scrap for 17. Vicky just sneaked into 5th place, pushing past someone. Dishonored Fox and Vicky are nose-to-nose for that position. Jackal and Evolution 954 are also locked in a close fight for 7. Dishonored Fox just climbed to 5th place. Now he's locked in a close fight with Vicky for that spot. Asuroni is right behind, eyeing foul. Dishonored Fox is climbing to 4th place. Vicky and Asuroni are neck and neck for 5th. Amy is advancing to 9th. Vicky is climbing up to 5th place. Jackal is also moving up 1 spot now in 7th. Evolution 954 and Jackal are nose to nose for 7th. Jackal is dropping like a stone, now in 14th place. Vicky is even further back in 15. Dishonored Fox is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is climbing fast into the top 15. Latimu Mera is making a move through the pack into the late teens. Beats with Kef is surging forward, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 23rd spot. Scott Dixon and New for Life are battling hard for 9th place. Uncanny Buddy is closing in on Let's Go, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Appia Dope just gained a spot, now sitting in 28. Scott Dixon is really having a rough time dropping to the 18th spot. Darigos is closing in on Dude Smoke Ia Blunt, shrinking the gap by 2.6 seconds. Amy is climbing up the ranks now in 6th place. Beats with Kep is on the move, climbing up to 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is dropping back, now in 28th position after losing 10 spots. Amy is closing in on Esironi, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy and Esironi are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Daragaz, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Sophie is gaining on me, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Nuverlife is moving up 1 spot to take the 11th position. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Hope you're ready for some thrilling crashes and unexpected wins. Wow, dude, Smokey a Blunt really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow! Dude, Smokey a Blunt really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats to them for taking the crown. Now, for the exciting part. Amy, with those daring overtakes, you're the star today. You've earned yourself a shiny 1988 Toyota 88 CB. Nice work! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Williams FW18 would probably come out on top. It was a dominant force in 1996, and known for its advanced aerodynamics and reliable performance. The others are great classics, but the Williams had that extra edge in speed and handling that would make it the favorite to win at Grand Valley Speedway Short Circuit. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking. So if you wanted to pick your favorite car, now's the time before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright, looking at these two classic F1 cars from 1996, it's like choosing between two vintage wines. Maya is driving the Jordan 196, which was known for its solid design and decent performance back in the day. Hot Bolognese is on the footwork F17, which was slightly more aggressive but maybe a bit more unpredictable. Considering the track is Grand Valley Speedway short, the tight corners and acceleration will really test these cars' agility. I'd wager that Maya's Jordan might have a slight edge in handling and steadiness, which could be the key here. Hot Bolognese's footwork might have some raw speed, but I'd say the race will come down to consistency. My bet is on Maya to take the win. Unless Hot Bolognese pulls off some daring moves that turn the race into an underdog story. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, Maya is sitting pretty on pole in the 1996 Jordan 96 at Grand Valley Speedway. Short track. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the pack is going to catch up quick. Buckle up! Maya is leading the race right now, followed closely by Hot Bolognese in second place and NX Zagarex holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Hot Bolognese and Maya are nose to tail for first place. Maya is trying to find a way around. Amy has overtaken two cars and is now in third. 69 is climbing steadily, now in sixth after two successful moves. Amy just snuck into second place. Christelle 33 climbing 2 spots to 10th. Vicky moving up 1 to 14th. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Move for Life and Sovia nose to nose for 8th place. Just Penchakas is climbing up to 17th, inching past someone. Indus Platinum and Just Pancakes are locked in a close fight for 17th. Christelle 33 is racing a footwork F17. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be maintaining a steady pace, but no major moves so far. The track's short layout is making overtakes tight and aggressive, keeping the top spots closely contested. Indus Platinum is driving a 40 FG01B, which is known for its unique design, but struggles with reliability. Their race looks steady so far, sitting in 17th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. NX Zagarex is holding on to third place, but Hot Bolognese is applying pressure. Vicky and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 13th. Balsamic Vintro, IG3 and Indus Platinum are battling it out for 18th. Amy is driving a 1996 Jordan 196 and is currently in second place. She started in fourth and has been steadily moving up. Her fastest lap is 0:56.352, which is pretty quick. Looks like she's got a good pace and is closing in on the leader. NX Zagarex and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for third place. Move for Life and Ashiritan are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Jacko is climbing up to 16th, gaining 1 spot. Ashanaritan is really having a rough time now at 21st place. Anaxagorax and Hot Bolognese are neck and neck for 3rd. Nanolife is climbing up to 7th, inching closer to the top 10. Cloud Surfer 69 is driving a Williams FW18 and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is a 57.272, which suggests they're holding a decent pace, but still have room to improve. Just Panchakis is now in 14th place. Nox Exodus and Just Pancakes are fighting for that spot. The Anik Wind 483.3 has climbed to 16th place. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. I guess the others should start practicing harder. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That's some impressive driving. And Maya, since you set the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1996 Jordan 196. Well deserved. Who's ready for the next round of virtual racing? A fun fact about the F1 cars from 1967 is that they were some of the last to have the classic open-wheel design with very little safety features. Imagine racing at those speeds with almost no crash protection and really thin tires. It's like they were daring danger to be part of the sport. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Gina Jones in the tiny Cooper T81B versus Radiv Zarolf in the sleek Matra M S7 Or. Both cars are from 1967, so it's a battle of the slightly quirky versus the more refined racing machine. The Cooper is known for its nimbleness and tight cornering, perfect for the twists of Magione. The Matra, on the other hand, has a little more power and stability. I'd say Gina could have the edge on the turns with that smaller, lighter car. But Radiv Zarolf might pull ahead on the straights if that Matra's engine lives up to its reputation. Honestly, it's a toss-up. But I'd lean slightly towards Gina because the Cooper's agility could give her the advantage in these kinds of racing environments. Let's see if that agility pays off or if Radiv Zarolf surprises us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Magione with Hingle McCringleberry on pole, flying the flag in a classic 1967 Brabham B24. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI has other plans. Maricus is leading the race right now. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place just behind. Chmagishat is in third, trying to keep up. T-Boom just snuck into third place. Waldo is right behind him, trying to hold on to fourth. Javisha is closing in on Waldo. Looks like a battle for that fourth spot is heating up. Everlasting Apex is just ahead of DJ Magacat by a hair. Shattered Pixel is holding off Badazara by a whisker. Chosen's Coast and Sovi are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Jackal is making a move, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hinglemy Kringleberry is having a rough time, dropping 20 spots to 22. T-Boom is inching closer to the front, now in second after gaining 1 position. Waldo has just snuck into 2nd place. Down to Quest is also climbing, now in 6th. Everlasting Apex and Down to Quest are nose-to-nose for 5th. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 6th place. Everlasting Apex and Shattered Pixel are nose-to-nose for that position. Godad Zeror is also making moves, now in 8th. Dovi is making a move, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shattered Pixel is climbing fast, now in 4th after gaining 2 spots. Rowdy Zerolf is also on the rise, moving up 2 spots to take 8. Down to Quest is now in 5th place, climbing 2 spots. Everlasting Apex and Rowdy Zerolf are nose-to-nose for 8th position. Chosen's Coast and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 12th. Sovi just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Budatsuro is also making moves, now in 9th. The real drama is between Budazzara and Rowdy Zerolf for 8th place. Looks like they're glued together. Shattered Pixel is climbing to 3rd place. Rowdy Zerolf is also moving up to 7th. Jamagishat and Rowdy Zerolf are nose-to-nose for 7th. Shattered Pixel is really stalking Waldo now, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Down to Quest is hot on T-Boom's tail, chipping away 1.5 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf just sneaked up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Budatzeror and Deej Magikat are nose-to-nose for 9th. Chosen's Coast is making a move up to 11th. Budatsuro and Chosen's Coast are fighting for 10th. Shattered Pixel is gaining on Waldo, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. T-Boom is right behind Shattered Pixel, cutting the distance by over a second. Looks like T-Boom and Shattered Pixel are about to turn this into a 3-way scrap for 3rd place. Jackal is making a charge, now in 8th place. Cobracle and Arlocoast are also climbing, both overtaking 3 cars and moving into 13th and 16th respectively. The race is heating up. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to 13th place. Scott Dixon and Vicky are nose-to-nose for 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on the Roof for Life, shrinking the gap by 2 seconds. Down Turquoise is now in 4th place. Zoe has moved up to 8th. Zoe and Gina Jones are battling closely for 7th. T-Bone is climbing 1 spot to secure 4th place. Jackal and Zoe are locked in a close fight for 8th. Arlo Coast is advancing 1 position to reach 14th. Down Turquoise and T-Bomb are neck and neck for 4th place. Jackal just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Cabracle is closing in on SS Davin Games, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Down Turquoise is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Tamagishat has moved up 2 spots into 9th. S. Davin Games is in 11th after climbing 1 spot. Kang Tejap T-Bomb is climbing up to 4th place. Jackal is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a little over a second. S. Davin Games is now in 10th, making a move up the field. Scott Dixon is slicing through the field, now in 16th place. T-Bomb just nudged into 3rd, inching closer to the leaders. S. Davin Games is climbing to 9th, keeping the pressure on. Waldo is climbing to 3rd place. Down Turquoise is gaining on T-Bomb, closing the gap by 1.33 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Wow! Maracas took the checkered flag again. Clearly they're on a different level. Congrats on the win. Wow! Maracas really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, you definitely earned it. And hey Jackal, you did a fantastic job with those overtakes. You can now claim a 1967 Honda RA300, the F01 Beauty from 1967. Well done to both. A fun fact about the F1975 racing car class is that it was a period of intense innovation and fierce competition. The design focus was heavily on aerodynamics and safety, which was a big step forward because back then, safety standards were not as developed as they are today. The cars from that era are notorious for their high power-to-weight ratio and the daring, almost reckless driving styles they demanded. It was also the last season where the iconic ground effect used for downforce began to be phased out due to safety concerns, making those cars some of the most thrilling yet dangerous machines in racing history. Alright folks, if you've been sitting on the fence about which car to root for, now's the time to make your pick. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss out on your chance to cheer for your favorite AI driver. Get your votes in before the timer hits 0. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Hesketh 308B, with its quirky British charm, has a reputation for being a bit unpredictable, but charming. On the other hand, the Penske PC1 was built for speed and precision, especially in the hands of a skilled driver. Since we're talking about AI here, I'd lean towards the Penske for its design focus on aerodynamics and performance. But hey, maybe the Hesketh will surprise us with some classic British grit. My guess? The Penske takes it, but don't count out a comeback by the Hesketh. It's all about the strategy the AI picks up. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Bridgehampton, and starting right at the front is a Sironian in 1975, McLaren M23. Looks like he's got a good shot to lead early. But we all know anything can happen in this chaos. Stay tuned. Right at the start, D Fears is leading the pack, looking confident. Close behind, Aceroni is in second place, trying to keep up. Helskank is holding on to third, but the pack is already breathing down their neck. T61 is climbing up to 7th place. Toadette TV is also moving up to 9th place. Novorsa Life and Toadette TV are nose to nose for 9th. Dr. Felix has stormed to the front, overtaking 13 cars to claim the lead. Road 3 Oi Boy Gaming Studios is not far behind, overtaking 14 cars to sit in second. Defets and Red 3 Oi Boy Gaming Studios are nose to tail, battling fiercely for second place. Wayne Bretsky is climbing fast, now in 25th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mission Man is also on the move, passing 4 cars to sit in 26th. D6 is making a statement, moving up 2 spots to take the lead. Stephen Brinkley and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Jeet Salgaming is climbing 2 spots to 10th. Athena CNC is inching up 1 spot to 12th. Athena CNC and BioArt are locked in a close fight for 11th. Amy and Jimaxiate are nose to nose for 4th place. Wenty Sapsumbangaix has gained 1 position and is now 7th. Taiti 61 and Iferi Tapsumbongsi are fighting hard for 7th. Stephen Brinkley and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Everlasting Apex just nudged into 12th. Gaming Fight Cancer and Sputnik NZ are locked in a fierce fight for 21st. Weni Tapsumbon6 is climbing to 6th place. Athena CNC is making a move, now in 9th. Maya is gaining on Tyler, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Gmaxiate is trying to hold off Amy, but she's looking aggressive. Hingle Mickringleberry and Wrath92 are nose to tail for the 18th spot. Looks like a real fight there. Winnie Tapsambong Geeks just overtook someone to move into 5th place. G Makshate and Wenty Tapsambongs are still neck and neck for 5th. Maya and Tyler are locked in a close fight for 15th. Connor Malady is now in 16th place. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 17. Gaming Tophyte Cancer is in 19. The race is heating up. Vicky is climbing up to 19th place. Vicky and Gaming Tophyte Cancer are nose to nose for 18. Sputnik NZ is inching closer to the top 23. Stephen Brinkley's in a Hesketh 308B. Starting 5th. He's currently in 8th place, so he's gained some positions. Looks like he's holding his own but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Mission Man is driving a Parnelli VPJ4, which is a classic and rare car. They're currently in the 26th position, and their fastest lap is significantly faster than most around them. Looks like they're making some progress, but still have a lot of ground to cover. Tita 61 just sneaked into 7th place. Atina CNC and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for 8. Connor Malady and Tyler are locked in a close fight for 15th. Tyler is on a tear, climbing from way back to 1st place in no time. Vicky is making a solid push to get into the top 20. Wayne Bretsky is also gaining ground, inching closer to the top 20 as well. Wrath 92 is on a tear, overtaking 23 cars to claim the lead. Deetherts and Wrath 92 are nose to nose fighting for the top spot. Vicky and I are locked in a close duel for 16th. Wow! Deetherts just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Deetherts really drove their way to victory, huh? Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Can't wait to see how they do in the next one. Sure thing. Did you know that the Camino Viejo de Montserrat full circuit track is famous for its twisty, narrow roads that seem to wind forever? It's like the track was designed for cars to show off their agility, making every lap a little adventure. Plus, with all those sharp turns, it's like the cars are doing a dance with the pavement. No wonder drivers are always on their toes. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't make me pick one for you, or I might just give you the slowest car in the lot. Well, this is quite the glamorous race. Maya in her Lamborghini Murcielago SV versus Beef Sliders in the Maserati Ghibli S. Both are gorgeous cars. But if we're talking about raw performance, the Lamborghini has that classic supercar edge with its V12 engine and lightweight design. The Maserati is a luxury sedan with some sporty flair, but it's more about style and comfort. Given those specs, I'd say Maya's Lamborghini might just have the upper hand on this circuit, especially if she can exploit its agility and power. But hey, the Maserati could surprise us if the driver knows how to handle its more refined personality. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Camino Viejo de Montserrat full circuit dive. Gina Jones is leading the pack, starting on pole with her 2014 Toyota FT1. Let's see if she can hold that position with her slow car class from 2010 and up. Wrestling 567 takes an early lead. Gina Jones is right behind in second, and Takido Kabri is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Ovidas is on a roll, climbing 4 places in total. Maya just gained 1 spot, inching closer to the top 5. Fish the Husky is making steady progress, moving up 2 spots into the top 10. Aminsan just climbed 1 spot to 14. Sofik and Wauxi B are nose to nose for 17. Fish the Husky just gained a spot and is now in 7th place. Beef Sliders and Fish the Husky are nose to nose for 7. Sylvie and Amy are battling hard for 12. Amy and Sophie are still neck and neck for 13th place. Broxworth just gained 2 spots and is now in 18. Random 69 is climbing up 1 spot to 21. Random 69 and Jackal are battling it out for 20. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Vicky is advancing to 21st. Squat Bender and Random 69 are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Amy and Move for Life are neck and neck for 11th place. Squat Bender just climbed 1 spot to 22nd. Tokido Kibri is now in 3rd place. Fish to Husky has moved up to 6th. Shalesy and Fish to Husky are nose to tail for 6th. Shalesy and Fish to Husky are neck and neck for 6th place. New Life and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 9. Amy and Hermit Media are locked in a close scrap for 11. Tokido Kibri is closing in on Gina Jones and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Fish the Husky has moved up 1 spot into 5th place. New for Life has also gained 1 position and is now in 9th. Fish the Husky just overtook Scott Dixon and is now in 4th place. Scott Dixon is hanging close behind trying to regain that position. New for Life and Beef Sliders are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Tokido Kibri is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy has moved up to 9. Now for Life and Amy are nose to nose fighting for 9. Fish to Husky is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Shalesy has moved up to 6th position, also gaining 1 spot. New for Life is now in 9th place, inching up 1 spot. Fish to Husky just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Tokido Kibri and Fish to Husky are still nose to tail for that spot. Shalesy is chipping away at Scott Dixon's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Sophie is making a move, climbing 3 places to 9. Tokido Kibri and Fish to Husky are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd. War for Life is climbing steadily, grabbing 2 spots to 8. Shalesy just overtook someone to take 5th place. Shalesy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 4. Amy is climbing up to 10th. Fish to Husky is closing in on Wrestling 567, cutting the gap by nearly 12 seconds. Shalesy is climbing up to 4th place. Sophie is making a move to 8th place. Amundsen is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 8. Rosie Goldgaming is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 10th. Fish to Husky is having a rough time, dropping 21 spots to 23rd. Fish to Husky is slicing through the track, closing in on Random 69 by a significant margin. Maya and Sophie are nose to tail, fighting for 6th place. Amy and Rose Goldgaming are locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Sovi is now in 5th place, closing in on the leaders. Aminzan has climbed to 7th. Not bad. Amy has made a solid move to 9th. Looks like she's on the rise. Sovi is climbing to 4th place. Aminzan is now in 6th. Amy is inching into 8th. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th. Sovi is creeping closer to Shalesy, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rosigo Dumming and Wufferlife are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Beef Slider has just snuck up 1 spot to 12th. Wow, Wrestling 567 just took the victory. Looks like someone was born to race. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Wrestling 567 for winning the race. That was some serious driving. And a big shout out to Maya for winning the bet race. You get to claim that stunning 2010 Lamborghini Murcielago SV. Talk about a sweet prize. Sovi, you really outdid yourself with those overtakes. You can now claim the 2016 Ford Mustang GT 350. Looks like it's a good day for pushing the limits. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or you might end up with something from the bargain bin. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown ends. Wow, what a matchup! The Greenwood Corvette GTX is a classic and all about raw American muscle. It might have some charm, but it's probably not the fastest on a technical track like Lego Maggiore East. On the other hand, the Porsche 935/78 is a legend for its speed and aerodynamics, especially in racing circuits. I'd say the Porsche has a pretty strong edge here. But hey, never underestimate the unpredictability of AI racing. Let's see if Amy's charm can somehow make up for the car's age. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Autodromo Leo Maggiore East. And guess what? Our star Maya is starting on pole in a legendary 1978 Porsche 93578. Time to see some vintage speed in action. Oscar Wolf has shot to the front, holding the lead. I am right behind him in second place, trying to keep up. Vargala Svet is currently in third, hanging on close. The race is already heating up. TD61 is climbing to fourth place. No for Life is also moving up to sixth. Scott Dixon and Jackal are nose to nose for eighth. Gina Jones is climbing to 6th place. Scott Dixon is advancing to 8th. Alex Has No Brain is pushing to 13th. Alex Has No Brain and Amy are locked in a tight fight for 12th. Maya takes the lead, moving up to first place. Oscar Wolf is right on her tail, both battling for the top spot. Unvu for Life advances to 6th, closing the gap. Jackal is really closing in on Vicky, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Alex Has No Brain is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Ixnobutixel is moving up 1 spot to 16th. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 7th place. Goofy Inatine and Rome Spider are still locked in a close fight for 18th. Salmon Samoon just gained a spot, and is now 24th. Scott Dixon is now in 7th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are battling fiercely for that spot. Ixnobutixel is closing the gap on Solid Shadamini 1, inching closer by 1.6 seconds. Ali, Ryu 2 and DJ Lone Wolf are nose to nose for 20th place. Papa Cassie and Silver Beat Gaming are locked in a close fight for 25th. Rusna Palm 6 is climbing up, now in 27th after a little push forward. Scott Dixon is closing in on Nibwa for Life, cutting the gap by a second. Ixnobutixel is climbing up to 15th place. Rusna Pumzix is making a move to 26th. Vargala Svet is gaining on Oscar Wolf, closing the gap by 1 second. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th place. James Mayo is making moves, now in 28th. Gina Jones and Move for Life are neck and neck for 7th place. Vicky's closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap down by over a second and a half. Samun Samunun just gained a spot and is now in 22nd. Solvi and Titus 61 are nose to tail for 4th place. Aussie 2002 is climbing up to 20th, just ahead of DJ Lone Wolf Adda. The fight for the lower points positions is heating up. Sovi is climbing up to 4th place. Looks like they're on a roll. Scott Dixon is inching closer to Titus 61, closing that gap by 1.2 seconds. Vicky is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 7. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Sophie is climbing fast into second place. Oscar Wolf and Sophie are nose to tail fighting for that spot. Scott Dixon is sneaking into fifth, inching closer to the top. Evolution 954 is on a roll, climbing 14 spots to reach 16. Taita 61 is gaining ground, moving 1 spot up to 5th. Nouveau Life is also making progress, moving 1 spot up to 8th. Scott Dixon and Vicky are nose to tail for 6th place. Jackal is closing in on the top 10, moving up 1 spot to 9th. Taita 61 and Vargala Svet are nose to tail for 4th place. Alex Hasnabrain and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hingo McCringleberry just gained a spot to move into 13th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win, looks like you're the one to beat. Wow! Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible performance, you really drove away with it. And a huge shout out to Scott Dixon for snagging the fastest lap. Clearly a speed demon, and deserving of that classic 1980 Ford Capri Zac speed. Vicky, you crushed it with the most overtakes. You earned that 1978 Porsche 935/78. Looks like we've got some serious contenders here. Great job, everyone. This is turning into quite the race to remember. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked a car yet, now's your last chance. Don't make me go all dramatic and choose for you. Probably something really slow and embarrassing. Hurry up and get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup. Gina with her 2006 Peugeot 308 versus Jackal in a 2004 Toyota Corolla del Dictes. It's like pitting a French hatchback against a trusty Japanese sedan. The Peugeot probably has a bit more zip, especially with that turbocharged engine, so I'd give Gina the edge in terms of speed. But the Corolla has the reliability and simplicity that sometimes make it surprisingly competitive, especially around a circuit like Long Beach, where handling and consistency matter. Honestly, I'd lean towards Gina's Peugeot just because it's a slightly sportier car and the better choice for the twisty parts of the track. But don't count out Jackal's Corolla just yet. Sometimes the underdog keeps things interesting and pulls off a surprise. I guess we'll see who really knows how to handle those curves. Alright folks, the race is underway at Long Beach, and leading the pack is Scott Dixon in a 2016 Mini Cooper Cup, starting from pole. Looks like he's got some unexpected speed today. Scott Dixon has taken the lead right out of the gate. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place, and Jackal is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Jackal and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for second place. New Life is sneaking up to take fourth. Hingle McCringleberry and Down to Quest are locked in a close fight for fifth. Zoe just overtook two cars and is now in seventh place. Maya and Sophie are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for seventh is heating up. Morningstar and Amy are fighting hard for 10th, not giving an inch. Gina Jones is holding on to the lead with Scott Dixon right behind her. Amy and Vicky are still neck and neck for 9th place. Beats with Kev and Jacinda Box are battling it out for 13th. Jackal is really closing the gap on Gina Jones, just 1.2 seconds now. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed up to 5th place. Morningstar has moved into 10th, climbing one spot. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Woo for Life, with a 2.1 second gap. They are battling hard for 4th place. Sophie has moved up one spot to take 6th. Sophie is climbing nicely into 5th place. Cobracle is gaining ground and now in 13th. Yexin Dabox and Cobracle are nose-to-nose for 13th. Maya advances to 7th place. Vicky also moves up to 8th. Ablaz climbs to 19th. Ablaze and Cloudy are nose-to-nose for 18th. Jacinda Box is driving a 26-seat Toledo. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Jackal is driving a 2004 Toyota Corolla. Looks like they're holding a steady 3rd place, not making any dramatic moves, but staying in the top 3. Beats with Kev just overtook Jackson DeBox for the 14th place. Cloudy is climbing up to the 17th spot. The battle for 14 is heating up. Stay tuned. Calican Bunny is on a roll, climbing from way back to 4th place. Trash Crashton and Jackson DeBox are nose-to-nose for the 16th spot. Looks like a battle to the finish. Noom for Life is now in 4th place. Sophie has climbed to 5th. Hingle Meat Kringleberry is in 6th. And looks like the race is heating up. Sophie has moved up to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Woofer Life and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. The fight for 5th place is heating up between Hingle McCringleberry and Woofer Life. Ablasi is driving a 24 Audi A4, and it looks like they're struggling with pace, sitting near the back with the slowest lap time in the race. Gina Jones just overtook for the lead. Scott Dixon is right behind her, not giving up yet. Ablaz is closing in on Trash Crashed and fast, the gap shrinking by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Beats with Kev and Cobracle are nose to nose for 13. Cloudy is advancing to 15. Vicky just nudged into 7th place. Maya and Vicky are nose to tail for that spot. Amy's chipping away at Down Talk West, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Cobra Kill is climbing up to 12th place. Leading with Kev and Dongers on 3, are nose to nose for 13th place. Dongers on 3 is driving a 2006 seat Toledo, currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:36.166. So they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the world on fire. Looks like a mid-pack battle for them. Cobraca is gaining on Morningstar Soul, closing the gap by over a second. Cloudy is climbing up to 14th place. Beats with Kev and Cloudy are nose to nose for that 14th spot. Wow, Gina Jones really took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what an exciting race. Congratulations to Gina Jones for taking the win. You really showed them how it's done. Well deserved. And a huge shout out to Moo for Life for snagging the fastest lap. You can now claim that sleek 2004 Toyota Corolla. That's a pretty sweet ride. Sovi, you really went all out with the overtake, so enjoy that 2019 Ford Focus. ST, looks like you earned it with all those daring moves. This race was a blast. Can't wait to see what they do next. Alright folks, you better make your choices quick before the timer runs out. We don't want any last-minute squeaks or regrets when the race starts. Choose wisely and fast. Alright, this is quite the showdown. The Ferrari 488 GT4 is known for its speed and aggressive handling, making it a fierce competitor on a track like Virginia International North. On the other hand, the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 is renowned for its balance and precision, which can be just as deadly, especially on a circuit that demands finesse. Given the car choices, I'd lean slightly towards Catgirl TM in the Ferrari because of its raw power. But let's not underestimate Gina Jones in the Porsche. It could be a close race with plenty of twists and turns. I'm betting on the Ferrari, but only just. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Virginia International North. Scott Dixon is on pole, cruising in a 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup in the GT4 class. Oh, let's see if he can hold that lead or if the pack will catch up. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. Vicky is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Vicky and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for second place. Amy and a better bloke are locked in a close fight for 10th. Nina 17 is climbing up one spot to 13th. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 6th place. Mr. Roche is now in 13th. Anya is so near the end. Titus 61 has moved into 14th. Two Ps and a podcast are driving a 28 Lada 110 SQ. They're currently in 17th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama. Nambu for Life is climbing to 11th place. DT 61 is catching up to Mr. Roche, closing the gap by 1 second. The GT4 cars are holding strong at the front with close competition, while the WTC cars are spread out and struggling to keep up. The Virginia International North track seems to favor the GT4's handling and speed. Maya just overtook for 3rd place. Looks like she's on a roll. Vicky and Maya are still nose to tail for that 3rd spot. Over in the midfield, Two Ps and a podcast and James Nis are locked in a close fight for 18th. Vicky just snuck into 3rd place. Rinoki 4 and Princess Wildface are nose to tail for 20th. Things are heating up at the back. Ingrid is driving a 2007 seat. Leon TDI. Looks like they're stuck in last place and probably wishing for a miracle to move up. Catgirl TM is in 7th, gaining ground, while Gina Jones is in 8th, just behind. Looks like a close fight brewing. Vicky is driving a 2014 Lotus Evora G XGT4. She's currently in 3rd place. just behind Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Pinhas 17 is driving a 2007 seat Leon TDI. They're currently in the 13th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of over 1:38. Looks like they're having a tough time keeping up. Lina 17 is driving a seat Leon TDI from 27. They're currently in the 13th place, but their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The GT4 cars are holding a tight pack with slight gaps, thanks to the balanced track and car class. The track's technical section seem to favor consistent drivers over outright speed, keeping the race close. Kingbrook just climbed one spot to 22nd place. Whitfrey Out 25 also moved up one spot to 23rd. Looks like they're playing the game of musical chairs. Princess Wildface is driving a Volvo C30 from 2008. She's currently in the 20th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Let's Go is racing a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in 23rd place and seem to be struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than most of the field. Let's Go is driving a 27 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in the last place among WTC racers, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up. Scott Dixon is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Congratulations to Scott Dixon on the victory. Looks like he's still got the magic touch. Wow, Scott Dixon, you really pulled through. Congratulations on winning the race. And not just that, you also snagged the fastest lap. Looks like your driving skills are on point today. As for the prizes, Scott, you can claim the 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup Data. That's quite the sleek ride. And Maya, with the most overtakes, you've earned the 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4. Nice work there. Your aggressive moves really paid off. Who will be next to claim a car? Stay tuned. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering capabilities. Lebanon has some tight, twisty sections and sharp turns where agility and precise steering are crucial. While raw speed is nice, being able to stick to the racing line and maintain control through those tricky corners would really give a car an edge here. A balance of decent speed and excellent maneuverability is what I think would win the day on this track. Ooh, this is a good matchup. The 2017 Porsche 911 9991 GT3 Cup is newer and has some updated technology and weight savings, so I'd give it a slight edge over the 2010 model. But let's not underestimate that 2010 Porsche. It's a classic, and sometimes the older cars have that durability and driving feel that can surprise us. Given the track at Le Mans, with its mix of high-speed corners and tight sections, I'd say the 2017 model might just push ahead and take the win. But hey, in AI racing anything can happen, so I'm ready to see who actually crosses that line first. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Circuit Le Mans with the 911 Cup cars. And look at that, Maya is on pole in a 2017 Porsche 911 993 Cup. She's got the early lead, so let's see if she can keep it. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, Vicky right behind her in second, and Hingle McCringleberry rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight battle already. Vicky is now in first place. Amy has climbed to third. Gina Jones has moved up to fourth. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 2 positions and is now in third place. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose fighting for third. Dude Smokey Blunt has moved up 1 spot into fifth. Dude Smokey Blunt just gained a spot and is now in 4th place. Gina Jones is also climbing up to 5th. Navling is making moves and is now in 9th. Looks like everyone's on the push. Amy is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 991 GT3 Cup. She's currently in 4th place and seems to be holding her position well. Gina Jones and Dude Smokey Blunt are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th place. Sovi is making a move, climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Hikori Hamzan and Sovi are now locked in a close duel for 10th. Dude Smokey Blunt and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Scott Dixon has climbed 1 spot to 13. Scott Dixon and Direct Official are locked in a close fight for 12th. Jackson DeBox is creeping closer to Gabby the Minimac, closing the gap by a second. Aerotech and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail for the 13th spot. Dude Smokey Blunt is climbing up to 3rd place. Gina Jones is now in 4th. Amy is making her way to 5th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. The tight corners at Le Mans are definitely shaking up the order with some unexpected moves. Aerotech is climbing to 13th place. Dirok Official and Aerotech are nose-to-tail for 13. Jackal is advancing to 15. Navling and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Dirok Official is climbing to 13. Nonstop for life is also making moves, now 15. Scott Dixon is racing a 2017 Porsche 911 991 GT 3 Cup 2. He's currently in the 13th place and has a slowest lap of 1 minute, 35 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2010 Porsche 911 997 GT 3 Cup. He's currently in 8th place but is quite a bit slower than the leaders with a fastest lap of 1:38.025. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the newer models. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is making the move to 7th. Gina Jones is driving a Porsche 911 999 1 GT3 Cup from the 2017 model year. She's currently in 3rd place and has a fastest lap, just a bit slower than the leader. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the top two. Dude Smokey Blunt is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 9991 GT3 Cup and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding a solid position, just a bit behind the leaders. Gina Jones is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 991 GT3 Cup. She's currently in 3rd place and has a fastest lap just slightly behind the leader. Looks like she's holding her own pretty well. Dude Smokey Blunt is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 9991 GT Cup and currently sits in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady and staying competitive. Wow, Vicky, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Wow, Vicky really crushed it out there. Big congratulations to them for winning the race. Now, Hingle McCringleberry, you've earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim a sleek 2010 Porsche 911 997 GT3 Cup. Not bad at all. Sure thing. Did you know that the no chicane version of the Estoril circuit is actually a lot faster and more dangerous? It's like the track decided to skip the slowdown and just go straight to the thrill. Drivers really have to trust their skill because there's no room for error in that quick sweeping section. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move. The countdown is almost up, so get your choices in before all the action kicks off. Don't miss out on the fun. Ooh, This is an interesting matchup. The McLaren MP413 from 1998 is a legendary car, known for its incredible aerodynamics and speed. It's like the rock star of that era's A1 scene. The Tyrrell 026, while a decent machine, is probably not quite on the same level in terms of raw performance and handling. So I'd say the driver in the McLaren has a pretty good shot at coming out ahead. But hey, never underestimate the power of AI and a good race strategy. Let's see how it plays out. Alright folks, Tyler is taking the lead from pole in that classic 1998. Jordan 98. The race just kicked off at Estoril no Chicane, and it's already looking exciting. Let's see if he can hold on to that spot. Tyler takes an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Sarbex is holding steady in third, but don't blink or you might miss some overtakes. Gina Jones is on a tier, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is making a similar move, now in sixth after passing 3. New for Life is also on the rise, grabbing ninth after a trio of overtakes. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. Gliding Penguin and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 7. Amy is now in 10th after gaining 1 spot. Gliding Penguin is now 7. Sophie and Jackal are nose to nose for 12. Alan 656 has gained 1 spot to 15. Vicky and Amy are nose to tail for 10th place. Dovey is inching up to 12th. Alan 656 is also climbing to 13. Vicky just nudged into the top 10, inching closer to Amy. Amy and Vicky are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Boofina 19 and Detoxins are locked in a fierce duel for 14. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Jordan 198, starting from 10th place. The car is classic but not the fastest today. Hingle is holding steady in 9th, so not bad, but not podium material either. Maya is currently in 2nd place with the Sauber C17. The car is holding steady. No overtakes yet, but looks like she's managing to keep the pressure on Tyler at the front. Wolf of Echo is holding on to 5th place, just ahead of some fast starters. Looks like he's got a decent shot if he keeps it clean. Someone behind is closing in, so he better stay sharp. Amy and New for Life are nose to tail for 9th place. Boofina 18 is climbing up to 14th. Detoxins and Boofy 19 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Boofy 19 is driving a Prosta P01, currently in 16th place. Their lap time is pretty close to the leaders, so they might be catching up if they keep pushing. Gina Jones is driving a McLaren MP413, currently in 5th place. Her fastest lap is a 1:25.079, which is pretty quick but not enough to challenge the leaders. Looks like she's holding steady but needs a bit more to catch the top 3. Maya is dropping back to 10th place. Starbucks is climbing up to 2nd. Gina Jones is moving into 3rd. Wow, Tyler really pulled it off. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done on the win. Well, congratulations to Tyler. You must be feeling on top of the world right now. That was quite the finish. And hey Sylvie, you did some serious overtaking out there. You earned yourself that 1998 Prost AP01 medal. Nice work claiming that classic. Sure. The 2014 Lotus E22 is pretty interesting because it was designed with a lot of innovation to maximize aerodynamics and downforce, especially considering it was built during a time of intense competition in Formula One. Fun fact is that this car was powered by a Renault Turbo charged V6 engine and was the first Lotus F1 car to feature the Hybrid Energy Recovery System, or ERS, which really helped it keep up with the top contenders that year. Basically, it was a tech marvel that combined sleek design with cutting-edge hybrid tech. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss your chance to see your favorite make or model shine on the track. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, we've got Scott Dixon in the McLaren and Zinyahima in the Ferrari. Both cars are from 2014. So it's a battle of the engine and driver skill rather than latest tech. The McLaren MP429 was known for its agility and solid performance that year. But the Ferrari F14T had some aggressive power, and was quite competitive too. Given the Lausitzring GP's mix of curves and straights, I'd lean towards Dixon's McLaren, maybe having a slight edge on handling. But hey, the Ferrari's raw speed could surprise us all. It's a close call, but I'd say watch out for Dixon's experience to give him the edge in a tight race. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Las Ring GP with D Fizzers on pole in the 2014 Toro Rosso ST. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the AI will surprise us all. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off to the front, followed closely by Dia Fizzards in second place. Sovi is holding on to third for now, but the pack is already sniffing around. Maya is charging through the field, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Sovi has climbed to second place, inching closer to the leader. Deserts and Sovi are nose to tail, battling for the runner-up spot. Vicky and Arayu Serial are neck and neck for 5th place. Skozar Obs just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Senyahima and Scott Dixon are fighting hard for 9th. Vicky is climbing up to 5th place. Skozar Obs is also moving up to 6th. Basic Nyers making a move to 7th. The race is heating up. Ariu Serial just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Dr. Monkey, 13th. And Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 14th. Silhouette and Anna Minsen are also locked in a close fight for 17th. Dr. Monkey, 13th. Just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Dr. Monkey, 13 and Amy are nose to nose for 13th place. Nox Exodus and Dr. Monkey 13 are also close, fighting for 14. Bezid Wu is holding on to 7th place, but Arayu Serial is right behind, looking for an opening. Sinyahima and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 10th, no room for error. Nox Exodus and Dr. Monkey 13 are battling for 14th, with no clear winner yet. Scott Dixon has just gained 1 position and is now in 8th place. Dr. Monkey 13 and Amy are nose to nose for 13th. Meanwhile, Maya and Catgirl Tian are locked in a close fight for 21st. Sovi is now in 1st place. Dr. Monkey 13 has climbed to 13th. Apier Dope is now in 15th. Dr. Monkey 13 is right behind Orange Funk now, closing the gap by a second. They're battling for the 12th spot. Diluette has gained 1 position and is now in 17th. Vicky and Exagnarox are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Asu and I are nose to nose for 20th. Vicky just snuck into the 4th place, leaving someone in the dust. Skozar Ops and Ragnarok are nose to nose for 5th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Nox Exodus and Aperdope are locked in a close fight for 15th. Might want to grab some popcorn. Dr. Monkey 13 and Zinyahima are nose to nose for 11th place. Apia Dope and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Aminsan is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing to 11th place. Maya has moved up to 19th. Maya and Silhouette are nose to nose for 18th. Maya is climbing up to 17th place now. Dr. Felix has gained 1 spot and is in 26th. Rando Booster and Dr. Felix are nose to tail for 27. Looks like a close fight there. Dr. Monkey 13 just gained 1 place and is now in 10th. Nox Exodus also moved up 1 spot and is now in 15th. Apidub and Nox Exodus are nose-to-nose fighting for the 15th spot. Scott Dixon and Areo Serial are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 16th. Apidub and Maya locked in a close fight for 16th. Wow, Sovi really took the checkered flag. Looks like they're on a roll. Wow, Sovi, you really pulled it out at the end. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to Sovi for snagging the fastest lap. That's a serious achievement. You can now claim the 2014 Mercedes F1 W05 Hybrid. Scott Dixon, you crushed the bet race. You get to take home the 2014 McLaren MP429. Nice work. And of course, good job to Maya for making the most overtakes. You've earned the 2014 Mercedes F1W05 Hybrid update. Great race, everyone. The cars will be happy to find new homes. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace. Or at least until the next race. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite AI car. Oh, this is a classic showdown for the ages. On one side we have King Malcolm Merckx zooming around in a 1964 Ferrari 158, which is a beauty with some serious racing pedigree. On the other side, Penny 3 is piloting a 1962 Lola Mark IV Climax, which is definitely no slouch either, especially with its lightweight agility. Considering Laguna Seca Vintage's tricky turns and vintage charm, I'd say the Ferrari's raw power might give it an edge on the straights and high-speed corners. But don't count out the Lola. Its nimbleness could make it a dark horse in those tight sections. If I had to put my chips down, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for the win, simply because power and classic racing dominance tend to go hand in hand. But then again, vintage racing is all about surprises, so I'll keep my fingers crossed for a spectacular race. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Laguna Seca Vintage. Famaka on pole in a shiny 1962 Lotus 25. Let's see if that classic can outmaneuver the modern chaos. Dr. Monkey 13 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Famaka in second place. Pumpkin Ofguri is currently holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Jackal has just moved up one spot to take third place. Jackal and Famaka are nose to nose for second. Someone and Belesco Bime are locked in a close fight for fifth. Famaka is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Sovi has climbed to 7th place. Alan 656 has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th. Sovi is climbing to 6th place. Alan 656 is just behind in 7th. They're nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Hermit Media is on the move, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Athena CNC is also making a charge, now in 7th after passing 4 cars. King Malcolm Irks has gained ground, moving up to 9th after overtaking 3 cars. Naturalian Lucky is gaining ground on Dr. Monkey 13, closing the gap by 10 seconds. King Malcolm Irks is inching closer to Panny 3, shaving off a second and a bit. Amy has moved up one spot to 13. Gina Jones is driving a Cooper T55 from 1961. She's currently in the 19th place, so her race seems to be a bit of a struggle with some cars ahead and behind. Matrixco is racing a 1964 Ferrari 158. They're currently in 10th place, so not quite the front runner but not out of it yet. Belescope Bime is climbing to 3rd place. Pani 3 is also moving up to 7th. Athena CNC and Pani 3 are nose to nose for 7th. Pumpkin Ofguri is really having a tough time dropping to the 17th place. Sovi is climbing steadily into the top 4. Hermit Media is also making a move into the top 5. Lakaiyu is on a roll, climbing up to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pumpkin Ofguri is dropping back, now 23rd after losing 6 positions. Vicky and Naturalian Lucky are nose to nose for 14th place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Vicky is now in 14th. Lakaiyu has moved into 16th. No major overtakes yet. Vicky is climbing up to 13th place. Naturalian Lucky is now 14th. Lakaiyu is gaining on Dr. Monkey 13, closing the gap by 330 seconds. Maya is storming through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 9 cars. Hermit Media is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Pani 3 is also on the move, grabbing 6th place. Maya is on fire. climbing to second place after overtaking 7 cars. Matrixco is dropping back, now in 16th position. Pumpkin of Glory is making moves, now in 19th after passing 3 cars. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 7 cars. Scott Dixon is closing in on Matrixco fast, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. And Maya is having a rough patch, dropping 20 places down to 22nd. Pumpkin of Glory is on a roll, climbing up to 15th place. Gina Jones is dropping back, now in 21st. Telescope Bine is narrowing the gap on Jackal by 2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Hermit Media is now in 3rd place. Natarayan Lucky has climbed to 12th. Dr. Monkey 13 is in 13th. Well, look at that. Famaka just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Famaka on winning the race. That was an impressive display of skill. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes today? You've earned yourself the 1961 Cooper T55, the F1 Beauty, from 1960. Well done, Hingle. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before the cars hit the track. Don't miss out on your chance to root for your favorite machine to claim victory. Hurry up. The race waits for no one. A fun fact about the LMP2 class is that these cars are like the underdogs of endurance racing. They are designed to be more affordable and closer in performance to each other, which means races are often unpredictable and full of surprises. It's the category where strategy, teamwork, and a bit of luck can really shine because everyone is so evenly matched. Plus, despite being the less glamorous sibling of the bigger prototype classes, they still race at the same iconic events like Le Mans, and have some seriously impressive engineering under the hood. Alright, this is a classic matchup. Arayu Serial is in a 2012 Morgan Elm MP2, while Gina Jones is racing a 2014 Onroc Ligier JSP2. Jodi John T. The Morgan is a bit older but might have some charm on its side. The Ligia, being slightly newer, probably has a bit more modern tech and aerodynamics. Given the cars, I'd lean towards Gina Jones and her Ligia taking the lead, especially if the race involves tight turns and tricky straights where modern design can shine. But hey, remember, in AI racing anything can happen. Who knows? Maybe Arayu Serial will surprise us all with some vintage flair. Let's keep watching and see who crosses that imaginary finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Valencia Street Circuit, and Vicky is starting on pole in the LMP2 class, behind the wheel of a 2017 Onroc Nissan DPI. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the competition is going to catch her quick. Vicky has shot off into the lead, Sovi is holding second place, and I am hanging on to third. Looks like a tight start. Bleach Meps and Maya are nose to tail for third place. Everlasting Apex just gained 2 spots and is now 5th. Amy and Everlasting Apex are battling hard for 5th place. Abomzi is climbing to 6th place. Jackal is now in 8th. Henfatik has moved up to 9th. The race is heating up. No for Life just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry moved up 2 spots and is now in 11th. Bordy Afro and Defizids are nose to nose for 12. This race is heating up. Bordy Afro is now in 12th place, climbing 1 spot. Scott Dixon is in 16th place, also moving up 1 spot. Arayu Serial is driving a Morgan LME2 from 2012. Looks like they're holding steady in 15th place, not making any big moves, but not falling back either. Henfatik is in the 11th place driving a Mazda RT24P. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Bleach Meps is trying to hold off Maya, but she's closing in fast. Scorched Log and Arayu Serial are swapping positions every lap. Looks like a game of musical chairs. Henfatik is in 10th place driving a Mazda RT24P. Looks like they're holding steady, but no real moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are neck and neck for 10th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are also locked in a close fight for 16th. Hingle McCringleberry just nudged ahead of New for Life for 10th place. They're now locked in a close fight for that spot. Scott Dixon is driving a 2017 Mazda RT24P. He's currently in the middle of the pack, in the 17th position, and seems to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Fortiafro just overtook New for Life, and is now in 11th place. They are still close together, so expect more action soon. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is gaining on Abomzi, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Scorched Log and Defizzer is a nose-to-nose for 13. Vicky is leading the race in an on-road Nissan DPI from 2017. She's been quick enough to stay ahead but hasn't shown her fastest lap yet. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace so far. The tight street circuit is likely favoring the top contenders with precise driving, while the slower cars are struggling to keep pace or find overtaking opportunities. New for Life is driving a 2017 Aurica 07 Gibson. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be struggling a bit with the pace, sitting behind some faster cars. Maya is currently in the lead, pulling ahead with a slight gap. Abomzi is trying to defend against Amy, who's closing in fast. Hinglema, Kringleberry and Fort Afro are still nose-to-nose for the 10th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Abomzi is climbing to 5th place. Amy and Everlasting Apex are still locked in a close fight for 6th. Hinglema, Kringleberry is making the move to 10th. Scorched Log is climbing up to 13th place. Scott Dixon is also moving up to 15th place. Ariu Serial and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for that 15th spot. Maya is now just a second behind Sovi. Looks like a move is imminent. Abomzi is right on Bleachmap's tail, closing in fast. Henfati is gaining on Jackal, but still has some ground to make up. Wow, Vicky, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be thrilled. Wow, Vicky really pulled off a stunning victory today. Big congratulations to them. And hey, since Vicky also snagged the fastest lap, they get to claim the shiny 2017 on-road Nissan DPI. Well deserved, Vicky. Looks like luck is on your side today. Sure. The 1970 Chaparral 2J is famous for its strange and innovative design, because it actually had a sucker car system. It used a large fan at the back to create downforce and suck the car down onto the track, which was pretty wild and unheard of at the time. It's like the car had its own personal vacuum cleaner to stick to the road. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which AI challenger will race to victory. Hurry up and make your selection. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. The Lola T260 is a sleek and nimble machine, perfect for those tight corners and sharp turns around Bathurst. On the other hand, the Nissan R382 is a beast from the past, known for its raw power and straight-line dominance. Given the course's mix of winding curves and long straights, I'd say it's a close call. The Lola might have the edge on handling, but the Nissan's raw speed could make up for it on the straights. If I had to put my chips somewhere, I'd lean towards Cobracole's Lola because it's more suited for the twists and turns of Bathurst. But don't count out Hingle McCringleberry's Nissan R382 just yet. It's got the muscle to surprise us all. Who do you think will take the top spot? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Bathurst, and leading the pack is the Can-Am car class in the city's Tapsambonk S. Driving a vintage 1970, Chaparral 2J looks like some serious old-school muscle in the front. Let's see if that classic can hold on to the lead or if the modern machines catch up. The race kicks off with XC Tapsambonk X taking an early lead. I'm holding second place, and Vicky is right behind in third. Looks like a close fight already. Vicky is trying to hold off Maya for second place. Amy and New for Life are still neck and neck for fourth. Scott Dixon and Tales of Strilly are locked in a close fight for sixth. Amy just overtook someone and is now in fourth place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th place. Sophie and Gina Jones are nose to tail fighting for 10th. Autoliartorias is climbing to 18th place. Naturalian Lucky and Autoliartorias are still neck and neck for that spot. Rex and Sarah is advancing to 25th place. Autoliartorias is driving a vintage McLaren M1B from 1966. They're currently in the 20th position, so the race isn't exactly going their way. Taylor Strilly is in 6th place with a Chevrolet March 77 from 1970. Looks like they're holding steady, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the top 10. Maya is closing in on XC Tapsambonk, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Sophie has climbed one spot to take the 10th place. Dovey and Jackal are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Gina Jones is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Giamakshite and Natura Yunlucky are nose-to-nose for the 19th spot. Maya is closing in on Ekis Tapsambonk X, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Tatsotizarena is climbing up to 7th place. Archeron 192 is moving up to 14th place. Jackal is really closing in on Scott Dixon now, just 1.6 seconds behind. Rosie Goldgaming has gained 2 spots and is now in 14th place. Brando Booster has moved up 1 position to 21st. Naturalian Lucky is driving a vintage Cooper Type 61 Monaco. They're currently in the 18th place and seem to be holding steady, but with that name, luck might not be on their side. Jackal is closing in on Scott Dixon, the gap shrinking by 1/3 seconds. Rex Nsero has moved up one spot to take 24th place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Rex Nsero are nose to tail fighting for 24th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is now in 24th place. Down Talquist is catching up to Rex Nsero, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. He's leading comfortably and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Hingle McCringleberry just gained a spot and is now in 9th place. He's really pushing Scott Dixon for that 8th spot. Looks like a close fight. Maya takes the lead now in 1st place. Zoe climbs to 10th. Culverco is chipping away at Gina Jones, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Archirone 192 just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. New for Life is closing in on Amy with a 2nd gained. Rosé Goldeming is now in 14th place, climbing up 1 spot. Taylors of Strili and All for Life are neck and neck for 5th place. Strutting Jarl and Archeron 192 are fighting hard for 15th. Demaxiat and Fish de Husky are locked in a close duel for 18th. Tales of Strili is making a move up to 5th place. Iron Cross a Wooden Cross is climbing to 23rd. Vicky is gaining on Inky Stepsumbong X, closing the gap by 1 second. Fish de Husky is inching closer to Otelia Torius, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Brenda Booster and Naturalian Lucky are locked in a fierce fight for the 20th spot. Wow! Winnie Tapsumbongese really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Maya, you did incredible out there. Congratulations on taking the win. It's always exciting to see your skills dominate the racetrack. And congratulations to Vicky for snatching the fastest lap. That 1973 Porsche 91730 Spyder is a classic, And I bet it'll look fantastic parked in your garage. Hingleberry, you pulled off the win in the bet race, so you get yourself a 1969 Nissan R382. That's a pretty epic ride, and I'm sure you'll enjoy showing it off. Great racing, everyone, and I can't wait to see what happens in the next round. Hey everyone, hurry up and make your choice. The clock's ticking, and I don't want anyone to miss out on their favorite AI car racing action. Time's almost up, so get those picks in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Clearly Gaming with the classic 1998 Porsche 911 GT2. A legendary car, but a good bit older. On the other hand, Scott Dixon with the 2004 Saleen S7R, which is known for its speed and aggressive design. Considering the vintage and design, the Saleen 7R might have the edge in raw power and aerodynamics. But the Porsche, especially a GT2 from the late 90s, has that solid handling and reliability factor. If I had to guess, I'd say the Saleen 7R might be pulling ahead, especially in a racing environment that favors speed and agility. But don't count out the Porsche. A well-driven classic can surprise us all. Alright, everyone. The race just kicked off at Oran Park, and leading the pack is Vicky in the 1998 TV R-Speed 12 GTS. She's starting on pole, so let's see if she can hold on, or if the others will catch up. Vicky is leading the race right now. School Bus Rustefdi is in second place, and Caravanin is holding on to third. Looks like a close start so far. Super Siggy is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9. Amy just gained 1 position, now in 4th. The battle for third is heating up with Amy and Caravanin nose to nose. Heruven is climbing to second place. Scott Dixon is now in 4th. Super Siggy is making a move to 8th. Super Siggy is driving a 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place. But the race is still wide open. Scott Dixon and Schoolbus Rustefdi are nose to tail for 3rd place. New for Life is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Jackal and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 11. No for Life is driving a 26 Aston Martin DBR9. Looks like they're holding steady in the 13th spot, not making any big moves but staying in the game. Maya just overtook Jacko and is now in 12th place. They're really neck and neck racing for that 12th spot. Sophie is driving a 2007 Koenigsegg CCGT, a car known for its incredible speed and engineering. Looks like they're holding a steady 10th place, not making any big moves but staying in the hunt. School bus with Steffi just made a bold move on Amy for 4th place. New for Life and Sophie are neck and neck for 10. Things are heating up in the midfield. Vicky's cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control so far. Super Siggy is driving a 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. They're currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap among the Porsches. But their race seems a bit shaky with a position that might not reflect their speed. The track's tight corners are favoring the top contenders with better handling, while the straights are allowing some to close gaps or make bold moves. New for Life is in 11th place with the Aston Martin DBR9. The car's running pretty steady, just a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding their own but not making any big moves yet. Alex Has No Brain is driving a 2007 Koenigsegg CGG, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like their race is a bit shaky with a starting position of 8th and currently in 10th, just behind the leaders. Gina Jones is driving a 2004 Porsche Carrera GT-R. She's currently in 7th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spots. Her lap time is just behind the leader, so she's keeping it competitive. Zupersiki is just holding off on Cleela Gaming by a hair for 7th place. New for Life and Alex Has No Brain are nose to nose for 9th. Jacko is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 12th. New for Life is driving a 2006 Aston Martin DBR9 and is currently in 11th place. Their fastest lap is 18.808, which suggests they're holding a decent pace, but might need a little more to climb higher. Jacko's Pagani Zonda GR is a lightweight hypercar known for its agility and distinctive design. It looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the pack, but he's got some ground to make up if he wants to catch the leaders. Jacko's Pagani Zonda GR is a stunning hypercar known for its lightweight design and incredible aerodynamics. It's currently in the middle of the pack and seems to be struggling a bit with pace, sitting just behind Maya. Looks like a fight to move up is on. Amy is in 3rd place with her 1998 TB R-Speed 12 GTS. She's currently running slower than the leaders and seems to be holding her position rather than pushing for overtakes. Wow, Vicky, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win, champ! Wow, Vicky took the win. Congratulations! That was an impressive race performance. You really earned that victory. Now, for the drivers eager to claim a prize, Scott Dixon, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 2004 Saline 7 or nice work. Keep your eyes on the prize, everyone, and let's see who can dominate next time. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking down, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on your chance to see your favorite vehicle race to victory. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown runs out. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Mina Vintage 1996 Osella, which is more like a charming old-timer with some character. On the other side, Hingle McCringleberry is in a 2012 Praga 1, which is a modern, sleek, high-performance machine. In this race, the Praga R1's advanced aerodynamics and modern engineering definitely give it an edge, especially on a city circuit like Rio, with its sharp turns and tight corners. The Osella, while nostalgic and probably a lot of fun to drive, might struggle to keep up with the more agile and powerful Praga. So my bet is that Hingle McCringleberry with the Praga R1 will likely take the top spot here. But hey, never underestimate old school charm and a bit of luck. This race could surprise us. Alright folks, the race is off at Rio de Janeiro, and leading the pack is the ultralights class with Jackal on pole. He's cruising in a 2011 KTM Crossbow R, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the competition will catch up. The race kicks off with Jackal leading the pack, followed closely by Maya in second place and Hingle McCringleberry holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Vicky is climbing up to 7th place. Imus Gordon is also moving up to 17th. La Croissant 1980, and Imus Gordon are nose to nose for 17th. Move for Life and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Tuba has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Albomzi and Tube are fighting hard for the 13th spot. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 8th place. Albomzi is making a move to 13th. New for Life is currently in 5th place, driving a 2011 KTM. Crossbow R looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Sakurai TV is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla. They're currently in 12th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Tuba is driving a Seat Leon TDI, starting from the 13th position. They're currently in 15th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Gina Jones is driving a 2019 Radical S R5. She's currently in 5th place, so she's holding her ground pretty well with that newer model. Looks like she's making steady progress but not quite enough to challenge the top 3 yet. Imus Gordon is driving a 2077 Honda Accord. Looks like they're holding steady in 17th place, not making any dramatic moves so far. Vicky just nudged into 6th place. Amy and Vicky are now nose to tail, fighting for that spot. Move for Life and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Sovi is chopping down Scott Dixon's lead, now just a second behind. Gina Jones is now in 3rd place, closing the gap. Hingle Kringleberry and Gina are still battling hard for that 3rd spot. Vicky has moved up to 5th, making a nice climb. Vicky is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, now just a second behind. Albomzi has climbed 1 spot to 12th place. Your Instinct and Albomzi are nose to nose for 12. Gina Jones is currently in 3rd place, driving a 2019 Radical SR5. Her race looks steady, but she's a bit behind the leaders and may need some luck to catch up. The ultralights seem to dominate with their nimbleness and speed, while the WTC cars are lagging behind, likely struggling with the track layout. The track favors lighter, agile cars over heavier ones. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in 4th place, driving a 2012 Praga R1.T. Looks like he's holding a solid position but hasn't made any big moves yet. New for Life is in 4th place, driving a 2011 KTM Crossbow R. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. New for Life is in 4th place with a 2011 KTM Crossbow R. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leader, so they might be struggling to keep up. Sovi is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by a little over a second. Story Forge just moved up 1 spot to 13th place. Your instinct and story forge a nose to tail for that same position. Amy just overtook someone to take 6th place. Your instinct is now in 13th. Mutuba and Story Forge are nose to nose for 14th. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a 2012 Praga R1 Auto 1. He's currently in 4th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like he's holding his own, but not quite close enough to challenge for the top spot yet. New for Life is holding on to 6th place, but Amy is right behind, looking for an opening. Ines Gordon and MooTube are still neck and neck for 15th. No clear winner yet. La Croissant 1980 and T-Bone are fighting hard for 17th, with La Croix just ahead. New for Life just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Amy and New for Life are nose to tail for that 6th spot. MooTube just overtook Story Forge and now they're nose to nose for the 14th place. Maya is holding steady in the top 5, looking for an opening. Wow, look at Jackal speeding to victory. Guess all those practice runs paid off. Well done. Wow, Jackal. You did it. Congratulations on taking the victory. That was a race to remember. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for the fastest lap. You can now claim the 2019 Radical SR5 Ultralights. That's a solid ride. And Maya, since you won the bet race, you get the 1996 Osella PA 20 BMW Ultralights. Nice work, both of you. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI driver takes the win. Hurry up and make your selection. Hey Naida, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning for some car racing excitement. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Lakeside Park with Scott Dixon leading the pack on pole in a classic 1994 Nissan 300ZX Turbo Insoyet. Let's see if that old school speed can hold up. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. Vicky is holding strong in second, and Sovi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Jacko is advancing to fifth. Jacko and Sovi are locked in a close fight for fourth. Wild Cavanona advances to fifth place. I am now in sixth. Amy climbs to seventh. The race is heating up with some steady moves. Laura Buttrell is on a tear, climbing from the back to first place in no time. Rosé Gogdaming is not far behind, making a huge push to second. Jacko is also gaining ground, sneaking into third after overtaking 6 cars. Things are heating up at the front. Scott Dixon is making a bold move to first place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Inga McCringleberry is not far behind, climbing 4 spots to second. Zoe is also on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to secure third. The race is heating up nicely. Vicky has just claimed the lead, leaving 5 cars behind. The Liscote Bime is closing in on Nwu for Life rapidly, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Scott Dixon and Vicky are now nose to tail in a fierce fight for the top spot. G-Max 8 is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 11. Ice is also making moves, overtaking 4 cars to reach 14. Scott Dixon is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Gina Jones and Amy are nose to nose for 6th place. Ice is sneaking up 1 spot to 13. Mr. Roche and Ice are locked in a close fight for the same position. Vicky is stuck in the back with no lap time, while Sovi is comfortably in third and has a decent shot at Vicky's stalls. Looks like Sovi might have this one unless Vicky pulls a miracle. Vicky is gaining on Lord Buttrell, closing the gap by almost 7 seconds. Gina Jones just moved up 1 spot to 6th. Rosie Goddaming is chipping away at Vicky, narrowing the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Wild Cavanona is gaining on Inga McCringleberry and closing the gap by 1 second. Sovi has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Gina Jones has also moved up 1 spot, now sitting in 5th. Sovi is gaining on Wild Cavanone, closing the gap by a full second. Ice and Ixnobutixel are locked in a fierce duel for 12th place. Silhouette just moved up 1 spot to 15. Woo for Life, is climbing to 8th place. Ice is now in 12th. Silhouette has jumped 2 spots to 13th. While Kevinona is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, and is now just a few seconds behind. GT Smishman 33 is hot on the Hyper 7's tail, closing the gap quickly. Mr. Roche and X Novadixel are locked in a close fight for the 14th place. Vicky has just gained 1 position, now sitting in 18th. Gina Jones is closing in on Sylvie, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Mr. Roche has moved up 1 spot to 14. Lord Buttrill is also climbing 1 spot to 19. Gina Jones is gaining on Sylvie, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Lord Buttrill is catching Vicky fast, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Ixnobodixel and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Vicky is chipping away at GT Swishman 33's lead, closing the gap by a full 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones is now in 4th place. I am in 5th place, inching closer. Amy is in 6th, but she's not giving up just yet. Billiscope is climbing to 8th place. Kaboomper is now 9th. G-Max8 has moved into 10th. Looks like a little upward shuffle at the back. Ice is climbing up to 11th place. Silhouette is now 12th. Mr. Roche has moved into 13th. Looks like everyone's eager to make a move today. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations. Guess he's still got the magic touch. Wow, Scott Dixon really showed off today. Huge congratulations to him on that win. Now, for our lucky driver Sylvie, you crushed the fastest lap. You can claim that sleek 1990 Mercury XR40IE. Vicky, you won the bet race, so you get to take home that stunning 1989 Ferrari F40 competition. And Gina Jones, with the most overtakes under your belt, you get to claim the 1986 Toyota Celica IMSA G2. Great job to everyone involved. What a race! Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Oh wow, this is like a classic car lover's dream race, isn't it? The Lotus 72D, with its sleek design and legendary status, could really surprise us if it handles the track well. But the Surtees TS9, being a bit more modern for its time, might have the edge in agility and speed. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up. But if I had to pick, I'd lean towards Vicky and her Surtees. Though, don't count Amy out just yet. That old school charm might just give her an unexpected boost. This is going to be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autumn Ring Mini with Hingle McCringleberry on pole, driving a 1971 Matra M S120B. Let's see if he can hold that lead, or if the others will surprise us. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Sovi is holding strong in second place, while Jackal is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Sovi and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for first place. New for Life just gained a spot to take third. Jackal and New for Life are now fighting hard for third position. Jackal is driving a 1971 McLaren M19A. Looks like they started in third and are currently in fourth, so they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. New for Life just overtook Sovi and is now in second place. They're really neck and neck, racing hard for that second spot. Amy is driving a Lotus 72D from 1970. She's currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is driving a 1970 Lotus 72D, which is a classic but might be feeling its age today. She's currently in 6th place, so she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is driving a 1970 Lotus 72D, which is known for its innovative aerodynamics. She's currently in 6th place, just ahead of Vicky. Looks like she's holding her own, but the race is tightening up behind her. Now for Life is driving a 1970 Lotus 72D, currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader, so they're hanging in there. Looks like a solid race so far. The F1 1971 cars are pretty evenly matched on this track, but the tight corners at Autumn Ring Mini really favor the Lotus 72Ds and the March 711. The track's small layout keeps the race close and intense. Sovi is driving a March 711 Ford, a car known for its balance and reliability. Looks like Sovi is holding steady in 2nd place, just a bit behind the leader. The race seems tight with Sovi staying close. Maya's Tyrrell 002 is holding steady in 10th place with a decent lap time. Looks like she's keeping it cool and not pushing too hard just yet. Amy's Lotus 72D is holding steady in 8th place with a fastest lap just under 41 seconds. Looks like she's got some pace but needs to find a way around those ahead. Amy is holding on to 8th place with a slightly faster lap than Vicky, who is in 9th. Looks like Amy might have the edge if they stay close. Amy is driving a Lotus 72 from 1970, which is known for its aerodynamics and handling. She's currently in 9th place just behind the leaders and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like she's pushing hard. Amy is driving a Lotus 72D from 1970, which is known for its aerodynamic design and innovative features. She's currently in 8th place, hanging in there with a decent lap time, but she might need to pick up the pace if she wants to catch the leaders. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Clearly, the race was a walk in the park for them. Well done! Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the checkered flag. Way to dominate the race, my friend. And excellent job on the fastest lap. Sounds like you're not just winning but doing it in style. Vicky, you crushed it in the bet race. You've earned yourself that classic 1971 Surtees TS9. Hope you're ready to cruise in some vintage style now. And new for life, you're the king of overtakes today? That's impressive. Your reward is a 1970 Lotus 72D. Looks like you're making a statement with those moves. Great racing from everyone today. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the fun. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. Dishonored Fox is behind the wheel of a 2006 Ferrari 248 F1, which is a pretty iconic car with a lot of racing pedigree. Scott Dixon, on the other hand, is racing a 2006 Spiker M16, which is a bit more of an underdog here. The Ferrari is likely to have the edge in speed and handling, especially around a track like Phillip Island, known for its challenging corners and high-speed sections. The Ferrari's design and aerodynamics are built for performance, so I'd give it a slight advantage. Scott Dixon's Spiker might be a little more unpredictable and could surprise us if it handles well on those tight turns. But overall, I'd put my chips on Dishonored Fox and that sleek Ferrari to take the win. Alright folks, Tug On It DTV is blazing at the front in the pole position, commanding that 2006 Toyota TF 106B. Let's see if they can hold on to it, or if the chaos will shake things up. Two-Gun at DTV has shot out to the front, leading the pack. Aisley is hot on their heels in second. And right behind in third we have Matrixco trying to keep up. Matrixco is climbing up to second place now. Aisley and Matrixco are still neck and neck for that spot. No 4 Life is also making a move. Now, in fourth place. Vicky is really having a rough time dropping back to 14. Aisley is climbing steadily into second place. Jackal is making a move up to 6th, not bad at all. Aisley is now in first place. Move for Life has climbed to 3rd. Scott Dixon has moved up to 8th. Move for Life just overtook Tug on it TTV for 2nd place. They're really neck and neck now. D Factor is climbing up to 10th, closing in on Betsmar. Looks like the fight for the top 10 is heating up. Kingdom the Kringleberry is climbing to 4th place. D Factor is now 9th. Yum Chubby Panda has moved up to 11th. Yum Chubby Panda and Betsmar are nose to nose for 10th. Yum Chubby Panda and Betsmar are nose to nose for 10th place. Maya and Yum Chubby Panda are also close, fighting for 11th. Sovi is making a move, climbing up to 16th. Move Life just snatched the lead, claiming first place. Jackal has climbed to 5th. Yum Chubby Panda is now in 10th. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Peskies is making a move to 19th. Dishonored Fox is climbing up to 6th place. Matrixco and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for that spot. D Factor and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 8th. D Factor just overtook someone to take 8th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 12th. Amy and Betsmar are nose to nose for 13th. D Factor is now in 7th place, inching closer to the top. Matrixco and D Factor are nose to nose for that 7th spot. Yum Chubby Panda is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. Chubby Panda and Matrixco are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Peskies is also on the move, climbing to 17th. Yum Chubby Panda just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Matrixco and Yum Chubby Panda are nose to tail for 8th. Maya and Scott Dixon are battling hard for 10th. Looks like a close fight there. Maya is climbing up to 9th place. Gina Jones is now in 11th. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 12th. Gina Jones and Matrixco are nose to tail for 10th place. Amy and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 12th. Dishonored Fox is climbing to 5th place. Gina Jones is now in 10th. Amy is inching up to 12th. Feskis is climbing up one spot to take the 17th position. Feskis and Betsmar are nose-to-nose for 16th. Sovi and Feskis are locked in a tight fight for 17th. Wow, new for life. Just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the king of the circuit now. Well done. Congratulations to New View Life for taking the checkered flag. That was a fantastic race and you really nailed that finish. Now, since you also had the fastest lap, you get to claim the shiny 2006 Ferrari 248 F1 from F1 2006. Pretty sweet prize, I'd say. Great job! Alright folks, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that decision before the countdown ends. Don't leave it to the last second or you might miss out on the chance to see your ride in action. Get those choices in. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Baskerville circuit, I'd probably go with the 1995 Williams FW17. It's known for its incredible handling and balance, which are perfect for a twisty, technical track like Baskerville. Plus, that car's aerodynamics and driver comfort would give it a slight edge over the others. Honestly, it's tough to overlook the McLaren MP410 either, but I think the Williams might just have the edge in agility. Well, both of these cars are pretty classic and iconic from the mid-90s racing scene. The Ferrari 412 T2 is known for its aerodynamics and speed, especially on tracks where downforce is key. The Tyrrell 023, while a solid contender, might be a tad less aggressive in terms of outright pace. Given the track is Baskerville, which favors a good mix of technical turns and some straightaways, I'd probably lean towards Sovi in the Ferrari. It has that sleek, aggressive edge that might give it a slight advantage through the twisty sections, and a bit more speed on the straights. But hey, AI racing can always surprise us. Who are you placing your bets on? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Baskerville. Leading the pack is Zufik on pole with the classic 1995 McLaren MP410. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead, or if the others will catch up. Gina Jones is leading the race right now, followed closely by Zufik in second and Arlo Coast in third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Hen Fatig and Arlo Coast are neck and neck for third place. Maya and Scott Dixon are trading paint for fifth. Buccitzero just gained one spot and is now in 14th. Adam Flash is climbing up to 8th place. Vicky and Sovi are nose to nose for 10th. Buccitzero is sneaking into 13th. Scott Dixon has advanced to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Hen Fatig are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Maya and Hen Fatig are nose to nose fighting for 6th. Amy is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 13th. Basket and Fee is trying to hold off Amy, but Amy is closing the gap. Basket and Fee just made a slight mistake. Amy is now right behind. Looks like Amy might try to make a move soon. Scott Dixon and Arlo Coast are nose to tail for 3rd place. Maya and Hen Fatig are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Buchitsero is climbing up, gaining 1 spot to sit in 13th. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Maya has climbed to 6th, showing some serious determination. Move for Life is now in 14th, still making moves but a bit further back. Amy just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Move for Life is closing in on P13 as well. Buchitsero and Move for Life are neck and neck. Looks like a tight squeeze for that 13th spot. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up 1 spot to take 4th. Arlo Coast and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Maya is climbing to 5th place. Vicky is now 9th. Amy and its Bumblebee are nose to nose for 10th. Arlo Coast is driving a 40 FG01 and currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a 56.208, which suggests they're not exactly setting the pace but holding a decent position. Looks like a steady race so far. Hen Fatig is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now in 11th. It's Bumblebee and Amy are nose to nose for 11th. Basket and TV is driving a 40 FG01. They're currently in the 16th place and seem to be holding a steady pace but not quite challenging the leaders. Arlo Coast and Hen Fatig are neck and neck for 6th place. Amy has climbed up to 10th. Move for Life is now in 12th. Adenflash is climbing up to 7th place. Arlo Coast and Adenflash are nose to nose for 7th. Jackal is advancing to 15th. Vicky just sneaked into 8th place. Looks like she's on the move. Sophie and Amy are nose to tail for 10th. This could get interesting. Wow, Gina Jones really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Gina Jones really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. That was an exciting finish. And Scott Dixon with the fastest lap, you get to claim the classic 1995 Ferrari 412 T2 from F1 1995. Not too shabby for a quick lap. Sure! Did you know that GTE racing cars are basically the street-legal variants that have been turned up to 11? They're designed to look like their road car counterparts, but with a lot more attitude and a lot less traffic laws. It's like you took a fancy sports car, added a racing suit, and told it to go win races. Pretty much the ultimate car cosplay. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Toyota FT1 GT is a sleek, agile machine, known for its balance and speed, especially on a tricky track like Silverstone. On the other hand, the Chevrolet Corvette C7R has that raw power and aggressive handling. I think it all boils down to how well each driver manages their car's strengths. Given the tracks and the car's characteristics, I'd say Indigo Pete might have a slight edge with the Toyota's nimbleness, but Gina's Corvette could make things interesting with its power. Honestly, it could go either way, but I'm leaning towards Indigo Petite pulling ahead in the end. Alright, everyone. Vicky is kicking things off in the GTE class on pole position, steering a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE. Let's see if she can hold that lead from the very start. Vicky has shot out in front, holding the lead. Life is right behind, trying to keep up. Ingo McCringleberry is in third, not far off the pace. Sophie and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for third place. Maya is climbing up to fifth, stealing that spot. Jackal and Maya are now locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Jackal is now in fifth place. Scott Dixon has moved into sixth. Cap Holster is climbing to 13th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 10th place. Cheryl Gamirazach and Gina are nose-to-nose for that 10th spot. Cap Holster is also making moves, now in 12th. Amy and Maya are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Cheryl Gamirazach just gained one spot, now 10th. Daisy Shines also moved up one, now 16th. Imus Gordon is driving a 2010 BMW M3 GT4. Looks like they're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top GT4 racers. Not making any big moves yet. The GTE cars are dominating the top spots, showing strong consistency and speed, while the GT4 class is more spread out with some close battles. Silverstone's high-speed layout favors the GT's power and stability. Sophie and Hingwell McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for third place. Double just sneaked up one spot to 16. La Croissant 1980 and Bill the Old Guy are locked in a close fight for 18. Indigo Pete is climbing up to 8th place. Cheroga Merasach is now 9th. Einleinigasem Seden Liedersothia. And Nidulina Dewes is Yugadamzos. Gina Jones is sneaking into 10th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Danmun Samun and Super Siggy are nose to tail for the 20th spot. Amy just climbed one place to 12th. Jackal is now in 4th place, climbing one spot. Indigo Pete has moved into 7th position, also up one spot. And Amy is now in 11th place, making a move as well. La Croissant 1980 is driving an Aston Martin Vantage GT4, a classic choice for style and reliability. They are currently in the 18th position, so it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle so far. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is narrowing the gap to Piero Gamerzach by 1.5 seconds. Bill the Old Guy is driving a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. He's currently in the 18th spot, so he's not exactly leading the pack, but not last either. Looks like a mid-pack battle for him. Indigo Pete is leading the GTE class, but is a bit behind the top Toyota. Gina Jones is not on the leaderboard, so she's probably struggling to catch up. Looks like Indigo Pete has the edge for now. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Bill the Old Guy is closing in on Dicey Chains, cutting the gap by a second and a 10th. They're locked in a tight fight for 18th. Jackal is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in 5th. He might be eyeing that podium if he keeps this pace. Silverstone's fast corners and technical sections are favoring the Toyota GTs leading the pack. The Ferrari and Chevrolet are struggling to keep up on the straights. Scott Dixon is driving a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE. He's currently in 7th place and has the fastest lap among the Toyota drivers. Looks like he's pushing hard, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Amy is in the 12th place with a 2019 BMW M8 GTE. Her lap times are significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like she's struggling to keep up. Wow, Vicky, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Well done. Wow, Vicky really pulled it off, didn't they? Congratulations to you. You totally deserve that win. And Gina Jones, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to take home the 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7R. Nice work! Looks like we've got some pretty awesome prizes lined up today. Sure thing. Did you know that in the 1980s slow cars racing class, some of the cars were so slow that the races often turned into comedic marathons? It was less about speed and more about endurance and patience. Imagine waiting for a race to finish and realizing the highlight was the dramatic struggle of a car gently crawling to the finish line. Talk about a different kind of thrill. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, better do it now, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up before the countdown hits 0. Alright, we've got Sophie in that vintage Puma GE 1600 and Gina Jones in the classic Honda Civics II. Looking at their cars, Sophie's got a bit of a throwback with that Puma, which is probably light and nimble, but might struggle on the corners compared to modern standards. Gina's Civic set from the late 80s is known for its sporty handling and reliability, so she might have the edge when it comes to maneuverability. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. Honestly, I think Gina's Civic has a slight advantage thanks to its balanced chassis and better grip, especially around a track, like Autodrome most without the chicane. Sophie's vintage might surprise us with some unexpected moves though, so I'm calling it a close race. I'd probably put my money on Gina to take the victory, but Sophie definitely has a shot at making it interesting. Alright folks, the race is kick-starting at Autodrome most on this no chicane track. Sophie is leading off the line, driving a 1979 Puma GT E1600, so get ready for some vintage speed. Let's see how this classic holds up. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Ixajax in second place. Sophie is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya just sliced through 3 cars to reach the 19th place. Vicky's climbing steadily into the top 6. Aishtu Hova and Vicky are nose to tail, fighting for that 6th spot. Aishtu Hove is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Scott Dixon is inching closer, now in 3rd. Jackal is making progress, moving up one spot to 13. Sophie is really having a tough time dropping to 23rd. Reiko Harugi is climbing steadily to 7. Zoya Donaniwi 1 is also making moves up to 8. Vicky is climbing up to 5th place. Zolija Donaniwi 1 is making a move to 6th. Zademoji James and Reiko Harugi are nose to nose for 7. Cover is climbing up to 8th place. Scrooge Champ is also moving up, now in 9th. Zademoji James and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for 9th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 just overtook someone to reach 10th place. Gary 710 and Jackal are still nose to nose for 12th. Amy is closing in on Gary 17, cutting the gap down to just over a second. Jackal is climbing fast into the top 10. Gary 710 is making a steady push into the teens. Maya is inching closer to the top 15. Not bad at all. Shoto Todoroki 39 climbs to 10th place. Amy advances to 13th place. Move Alive is closing in on Maya, and the gap shrinks by nearly 2 seconds. The two are locked in a tight fight for 15th place. Zolija Donaniti 1 is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Vicky.I. Maya is climbing to 14th, making some moves. The battle for 5th is heating up. Tugonet DTV is climbing to 15th place. Newful Life is now 16th place. Kazuma Girl is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Reiko Harugi is gaining on Vicky. The gap shrinks by 1.7 seconds. Maya is creeping closer to Amy, closing in by 1.2 seconds. New for Life is inching towards Tug on it TTV, closing the distance by 1 second. Gina Jones is holding a commanding lead and has the fastest lap, so she's probably just enjoying the view from the front. Cover just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Reiko Harugi and Cover are nose to nose for that same position. Jackal moved up 1 spot to 10. Jackal and Scrooge Champ are battling fiercely for 9th. Scrooge Champ is gaining on Reiko Harugi, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Jackal are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. The no chicane layout is favoring the more agile and responsive cars, leading to tight battles at the front and some unexpected gaps forming. Jackal is climbing up to 8th place. Gary 17 is narrowing the distance to Shoto Todoroki 39 by 1.2 seconds. Athaplasm just overtook someone to climb to 18th place. Zadimojijames and Aethaplasm are nose to nose for that same spot. Sovi is closing in on Dija Magacat, shrinking the gap by a second and a third. New for Life just overtook someone to move into the 15th place. Tugon at DTV and New for Life are still nose to nose for that spot. That Emojijames is creeping up to the 18th position. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the track. Well done. Congratulations to Gina Jones for dominating the race. That was some impressive driving. You totally earned that victory. And a shout out to all the drivers who made it to the winner's circle. Jackal, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get that classic 1978 Side 9 Turbo Dole. Nice choice for some retro street car bragging rights. Gina, since you won the bet race, you get that sleek 1987 Honda Civic Si. Perfect for cruising in style. And Maya, with the most overtakes, you've earned that flashy 1985 Toyota Celica Supra. Looks like your playfulness paid off. Great job to everyone. The race was a wild ride today. Hey everyone, last chance. Make your pick now before the time runs out. Don't let your favorite car slip away. Oh wow, this is a classic battle of the big and the small. The Jaguar XKR GT3 is definitely the more modern and high-performance choice. But don't count out the old seat Cupra. Sometimes those older cars can surprise you with their quirks and raw determination. Given the car options, I'd probably lean toward Vicky and the Jaguar because it's got the edge in technology and speed. But hey, Jackson Dabox might just channel some underdog magic and make it interesting. Who do you think will take the win? Alright. Everyone, the race has just kicked off at Silverstone International. Vicky's on pole, cruising in a 2008 Jaguar XKR GT3. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others will surprise us. Vicky has shot off the line to take the lead. Jackson Dabox is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya just sliced through 3 cars and is now in 4th place. Sophie is creeping up to 3rd. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th spot. This is getting intense. Jackal has advanced to 6th place. Gina Jones has also moved up 1 spot to take 8. Cloud Surfer 69 and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 8th place. Maya is closing in on Sophie and has cut the gap by a full second. Jackal has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Scott Dixon and Jackal are now nose to tail fighting for 5th. Jackson Box is now in 1st place. Nyala Totep 98 and JC Productions are fighting hard for 16. Balsamic Vint 183 and Nyala Totep 98 are also nose to nose for 17. Cloud Surfer 69 is dropping like a stone, now in 16th place. Nick Zaromava is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 18. Sophie and Vicky are nose to nose for 2nd place. Looks like a battle for the ages. Zoe is climbing to 2nd place. Amy is now 7th. Buffin and 18 is in 12th. Scott Dixon is holding a narrow lead over Amy for 6th place. Leech Mepsi just gained 1 spot and is now 17th. Cloud Surfer 69 is driving a 2004 Nissan 350Z G300. Their race looks pretty rough with no lap time recorded, probably stuck in the pits or having issues. Maya just overtook someone and is now in 3rd place. Amy is also climbing up to 6th. Bufina and Teen and Wanga Tang 7 272 are nose to nose for 11th. GTS cars are holding the top spots with Jackson Box leading, but the slower lap time suggests the track favors more nimble vehicles. Trans Am cars are struggling to keep pace, likely due to the track's demand. Kick-Ass Lady X3 moves up to 13th place. JC Productions is closing the gap on Husky Hog by almost 2 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is chipping away at Nyala Thotep 98, closing in by a little over 1.5 seconds. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Jackal and Amy are nose to tail. Looks like a close fight for 5th. Kick-Ass Lady X3 is driving the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am Class Attendati. She's currently in 15th place with a best lap time of 1 minute 13 seconds. Looks like she's struggling to find consistency today. New for Life is driving a 23 Subaru Impreza G300. They're currently in 8th place and running just behind the leaders with a decent lap time of 19.362. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Vicky and Amy are nose to nose for 4th place. Cloud Server 69 is climbing steadily, now in 21st. Wow! Jackson DeBox really took the checkered flag at Silverstone International. Nice job showing everyone how it's done. Wow, Jackson DeBox really crushed it. Big congratulations on that win. You definitely earned it. As for the drivers ready to claim a car, Amy, you did an incredible job with the most overtakes. So you're officially in line for the 2003 Seat Cupra GT. Well done! Alright, here's a fun fact about Wakefield Park. Did you know that this track is famous for its perfect blend of high-speed corners and technical sections? It's like the track is teasing the drivers with a little bit of everything. And apparently, it's so popular among racers that they say if you can master Wakefield, you can handle pretty much any track out there. Alright, everyone. The clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your move before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your choice dominate the track. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. The Jaguar XKR GT3 from 2010 versus the much newer Bentley Continental GT3 from 2018. Now, while the Bentley is newer and likely a bit more refined, the Jaguar has that classic, aggressive racing pedigree. It's like old school versus new school. But honestly, the Bentley's got the edge in comfort and probably downforce with those modern aerodynamics. Still, the Jaguar's got the raw power and a bit of that vintage edge that might just surprise us. I'd say the Bentley has a slight advantage for this race, but don't count out the Jaguar. Sometimes the older cars have that unexpected spark. Let's see which one takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Wakefield Park. Amy's on pole in her 2016 Audi R8 LN, so she's got a good shot to stay in front. Let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the others have a trick or two up their sleeves. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second place and New for Life holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for second place. Jackal just overtook someone who could climb into fifth. Gina Jones and Jackal are battling hard for fifth spot. Potsowitz is driving a 2019 McLaren 720 GT3, a sleek and fast machine. They are currently in fourth place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Nouveau Life is driving a 2018 Bentley Continental GT3. Looks like they're holding a steady third place, not making any dramatic moves but staying consistent. Nouveau Life is driving a 2018 Bentley Continental GT3. They're holding third place, so they're racing steady but not exactly racing away from the pack. Jackal is driving a 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Looks like he's holding his own in the middle of the pack, but no signs of overtaking anyone just yet. New for Life is trying to hold off Hingle McCringleberry, but it's getting close. Scott Dixon and Jackal are nose to tail, no room to breathe. Scott Dixon just nudged into sixth place. Jackal and Dixon are now nose to tail, fighting for that spot. The GT3 class is keeping the competition tight with similar lap times, and Wakefield Park's tight corners are favoring drivers who can handle precision over outright speed. No for Life is driving a 2018 Bentley Continental GT3. They're currently in third place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Jackal's driving a 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Looks like he's struggling a bit with the pace, currently in sixth place. Sophie is driving a 2016 Acura NSX GT3. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady, just a bit behind the leaders. Amy is leading the race in her Audi R8 LMS. She's been consistently fast and holds the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's in control and on a strong pace. Vicky is driving a 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GTR 3. Her lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, so she's probably stuck in a fight for the lower half of the top 10. The GT3 class is keeping the competition tight with close lap times. Wakefield Park's tight corners favor skill over raw power, which might explain the small gaps. Inga is holding a slight edge over Nouveau Life, but with just one lap left, anything can happen. Looks like Hingle's got the pace, but New Life is lurking close behind. Patsorts is driving a 2019 McLaren 720 T3. They're currently in 4th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Wakefield Park's tight corners are favoring the more agile cars like the Bentley and Acura. The longest straights seem to be helping the faster cars like the Audi and McLaren. Amy is leading the race in her Audi R8 LMS and is setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's got a comfortable gap at the moment. Jekyll is driving a 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, known for its agility and rally heritage. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady, but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Wow! Amy took the race by storm. Congratulations to them for a well-deserved victory. Now, Scott Dixon, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to claim that stunning 2018 Bentley Continental GT3. And new for life, since you won the bet race, you're also the proud owner of that sleek Bentley. Looks like some winners today. Sure thing. The 1995 Lola T 9500 was actually built for the Indianapolis 500 and was powered by a turbocharged V8 engine. Fun fact is, this car had a reputation for being quite the complex machine, packed with innovative features that made it a challenge to master. It's like the Swiss Army knife of race cars from that era. Lots of tools, but you better know how to use them. Hey there, Deplorably Apple. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again. Ready to see some AI cars race to the finish line? Wow. This is a classic showdown. The Penske PC23 is a legendary car with a lot of history. But the Lola T 9500 is no slouch either, especially in the hands of a skilled AI type. I'd say it's a close call, but given the historical performance and the car's design, I'd lean towards Amy's Penske. Still, Calicum Bunny's Lola might surprise us and take the lead early on. It's all about who gets the best out of those vintage machines today. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, Sophie's kicking things off on pole in the 1995 Reynard 95. Oh wow. We're about to see if this vintage Indy car can keep up at the Bikerniki high-speed ring. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Sophie has shot off the line to take the lead. Theskis is holding strong in 2nd place, while Vicky is hanging on in 3rd. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is on the move, climbing to 13th place after overtake 4 cars. Jacko is also making progress, now in 15th after passing 3. Mobius is having a tough time, dropping 8 spots to 22nd. Gish the Husky is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Yama Priest has also moved up 1 spot into 7th. Gina Jones and Bleach Nepsi are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th place. Gina Jones is currently in 10th place, driving a Penske P23 Twig. Her race seems steady but not spectacular, likely just hanging in there. Sovi is leading the race in a 1995 Reynard 95 Orange, which is known for its balanced handling and reliability. Looks like they're comfortably in front, probably enjoying a smooth drive so far. Nimbo of Life is holding on to 5th place, but Fish the Husky is applying pressure. Maya and Beats with Kev are nose to tail for the 12th spot. No room for mistakes. Dot Dixon's car is a Lola T9500, currently in 20th place. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Amy is stuck in 15th place, so she's got some ground to make up. Calico Bunny is just behind in 16th. Looks like a close fight, but Amy needs a move soon if she wants to win that bet. Maya is closing in on Beats with Kev, trying to make a move for 12th place. Deplorably Apple and Rose Saurus are still neck and neck for 15. Meanwhile, Mr. Wolf J and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce fight for 18. Amy is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in 15th place. Their lap time is pretty competitive at 1 minute and 7.7 seconds, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Wow, Sovi really outpaced everyone else. Clearly, they were just toying with the competition. Well done. Wow, Sovi took the checkered flag. Great job there, you really raced your heart out. As for the driver with the most overtakes, that's me. I'll happily claim the 1995 Penske PC23. Because who doesn't want a piece of that historic IndyCar? Thanks to everyone for racing and making this fun to watch. Alright, everyone. It looks like we need to hit pause for a few minutes while we do some stream maintenance. Grab a snack, chat among yourselves, and I'll be right back to keep the racing excitement going. Stay tuned.